The Tracy Take. I am Tyler here with my brother Ryan, and we are coming at you live for the 2025 NFL Draft. Ryan, this is a special one, actually, as this is our 5-year anniversary from our
Yeah.
first episode on this YouTube channel. We went live for the first time in 2021 for that draft class of, I think that was a Trevor Lawrence draft
Is it
class.
is it our 5th anniversary or is it our 5th draft and 4th anniversary?
I don't care. It's our 5th draft. So I
Okay.
would say it's our 4th anniversary. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's our 5th draft. Let's put it that way. But that's a great way to start the show with a
Yeah.
math problem. Leave a comment down in the chats. Let us know who is correct, and also let us know how smart we all are. But this is going to be a fun one. There's not a clear number one overall prospect. There's a clear number one overall pick, and we'll get to
Yeah.
that here in a second. But it's Travis Hunter is one of the most unique prospects that we've ever seen. Abdul Carter is probably up there as one of the more top exclusive edge rushers that we've seen in some time as well now. And then there's a lot of other really good players, but there's a lot of great opportunity for these guys to succeed. But also, I feel like there is also a lot of bust potential that we can see here with this draft class. And that's what makes this draft night going to be so amazing. What moves are teams going to make? Who's going to fall in love with certain players? And are they going to want to go and make some moves? There's not too many top skill position players either. I mean,
Yeah.
you can make an argument now that Ashton Genty is going to be the top skill position player taken off the board outside of a quarterback here. So it's going to be such a fun night. Ryan, want to throw it over to you as the groom. This is probably the biggest moment of your year so far, I would say, and probably the biggest thing that'll happen in your year. Also
Yeah.
this year.
Maybe slightly. Getting married might top this, but watching the
I will to
Patriots
see.
take Will Campbell here at 4 is definitely a highlight.
That would
Uh,
be the biggest if Will Campbell goes to the Patriots at 4. That'll be the biggest moment of your
yeah.
year.
Yeah. As my
I
fiance
think.
and her
I
boss
don't really know
both
what could
locked
beat that.
on. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
know.
really know
Yeah.
what could beat that.
I'm really excited for this draft. I think you kind of touched on it. Like you have Travis Hunter, you have Abdul Carter. Those are the two blue chip guys in this draft class. But outside of that, I think you have a lot of really good players. Some have a higher ceiling and a lower floor. Some have a lower ceiling but a higher floor. And I think it's just going to be a really intriguing draft. And what makes this draft interesting is you just have no idea who's actually going to go where. Or
Exactly.
last year, it felt like there was a clear hierarchy of players. But with that being said, it we kind of knew who was going to go where. You were just kind of anticipating maybe a big trade for one of the top quarterbacks or come up to get like Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors. And I think that this draft is going to be intriguing because I think we're going to have a lot of surprises. So Abby Gunnison says definitely the highlight of his year. So
Exactly. Thanks
uh,
for the shout out, Abby, longtime fan.
yeah,
And so
been there since the beginning.
I think forceful fan actually,
Yeah,
or forced to be a fan. But that's besides the point. But yeah, I
yeah,
think that's a good point. And I think what this class lacks, and maybe top end talent though, is I think comparative then to other draft classes, is I actually can't think of a class recently with so much depth, especially too when it
yeah,
comes to that defensive line side of the ball. There's guys that are going to be taken in the second and third round. You know, you're going to have Landon Jackson, you're going to have TJ Sanders, CJ West, or just some of the names are just immediately coming to my mind as of
yeah,
right now that are going to be phenomenal value in the second and third round. And our team's going to really fall in love with them, not like the guys that they see in the first round and be like, hey, screw it. Let's take him here. Like, why not? Like, 'cause
yeah.
we don't think he'll make it to our next pick.
Yeah, well, and then the other thing also is you look at like this edge rushing class. So you have guys like Antoine Powell Ryland, Kyman Rucker, David Walker. Those are all day 3 edge guys that I think it's pretty safe to say that like those guys are likely to be contributors in a pass rushing room in their rookie season. And so I'm interested to see kind of how this draft ends up shaking out. Do teams wait on edge rushers in the first round and see if they can get better value in the second? Do they pounce on a pretty strong like edge rusher defensive line class? Um Damon said number 4 is not better than your fiance, dude. I know. She's
Well,
awesome.
I will say we don't know who number 4 is yet, so we'll have to kinda
Yeah.
wait and see. So,
Yeah.
and
Uh
what if Abby gets drafted at 4?
Maybe.
Then that's
Then
like a
that would
win-win
be
for everybody.
insane, and our
Yeah,
honeymoon will be extended because she would get a fat contract at number 4.
exactly. The Patriots
So,
season, I think, would go downhill. pretty
Yeah.
quickly. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
slightly.
Well, she might need to develop for a year. I think actually that's the first question of the night. What position would Abby be? I could see her I can see her
Mm,
being an edge rusher. I can see her being
could
sprinting off the edge, kinda doing some good handwork, She's patient as well too, so
yeah,
waiting for that lineman to get on their toes and break as well, so she can do a spin move underneath. So I could see edge rusher as well, but also talking to you about patience though, and she's tall, she's 5'11", she's got good hands. I could see her being a red zone threat. I could see her maybe
yeah,
being a slot receiver, maybe being a tight end, as
yeah.
well.
I was gonna make the tight end joke, but I felt that was inappropriate.
This is a
Uh,
family show, Ryan.
yeah, I know. It's my fiance, I can say what I want. Uh, but, no, and so ironically, one of the things that I did want to talk about in one of the actual draft storylines, though, is where does Shador Sanders fall? I think that's one of the biggest, and we're getting back to real football here. Um, but I do think that where Shador Sanders falls is going to tell a lot about this draft. I think he could go. I just got a text from my fiance that it might be in trouble. But I think where Shador Sanders falls is going to be really telling about this draft. He could realistically, I could see the Giants making a push for him at 3. You could make that case that maybe he's not worthy of the 3rd overall pick. But with that being said, the Giants are a quarterback needy team. I know they have Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson on the roster. But with that being said, those two guys are there on 1 and 2 year deals. They do need that future franchise quarterback. The other one would be like he could go all the way down to Pittsburgh at 21. I've seen mocks that have had him falling all the way out of the first round. And so I think if you just look at storylines, I have not in my lifetime remembered a storyline of a quarterback where like he could go 3 overall, he could be a mid second round pick. Like that, those are realistic options for both of or for this one quarterback prospect. So I think it's going to be really intriguing on where he falls, and I'm excited to see kind of what happens.
Yeah, I will say I don't think he'll make it to 21 at Pittsburgh. I believe the Giants will pass on him. I think the moves that they've made indicates to me that they're not going to take Shador. You don't
Yeah,
sign Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, even if it is just to 1 or 2 year deals, to then have one of them be the emergency quarterback. Even say what you want about Jameis
yeah,
Winston, he's actually still at minimum a highly quality quarterback because he can come in and as we've seen, like sling it like for 450 plus yards. It's like, so I think that they're set at the quarterback spot for now. What they would probably do is they would maybe trade up to 15 where my Falcons are at, maybe trade up even in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21 to get that quarterback as well. So I think that that would be a much more realistic option. I think for what would happen, and he would probably fall to the teens at the latest,
yeah.
just because of where his overall value is. Now that being said, I do believe he's going to get taken ahead of Jackson Dart. I do believe he's going to get taken ahead of Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milrow as well. And so it's just going to be on that where I do think he is still the second best quarterback in this class. He does lack some arm strength from what the scouts have said, and then even to just from my own opinion as well. But what he makes up for that though is going to be accuracy, is going to be his ability to kind of put the ball where he needs it to be. And I think a team that would be very interesting to see where they go and see if they would pull the trigger on him would be the New Orleans Saints. I've made that call in the past. I'm pretty sure I have to go back and double check was where I actually had Shador Sanders falling to at number
Mhm.
9 to New Orleans because reports with Derek Carr might be missing this season. He's also older and coming towards the end of his contract as well with the New Orleans Saints. Kellen Moore, the new head coach, has no allegiance to him, so to say, because he's coming in and he's a new head coach and he wants a younger guy. And I even think too as well, uh, if you go look at Kellen Moore's offensive systems that he's running the pass, a lot of motion, a lot of I don't want to say easy throws, but because of the scheming of the play, makes guys open, like it gets certain guys open, and it'd be great to have arm strength, yes, but you also need to be an accurate passer for that and be able to
Yeah.
go through your reads and through your progressions. And I think that's something that I've seen Shador Sanders do really well in college at his time. So I think he would fit well in that system under Kellen Moore, but we'll have to kind of wait and see.
I actually think that there is a chance that Jackson Dart goes ahead of him, and this is just the wildness of this draft class. I think the tools there with Jackson Dart, the overall athleticism, his size, his arm strength, and I think that would be something that the Saints might prioritize as well. There are a lot of reports that the Saints are slightly enamored with what Jackson Dart brings to the table. So, I think that this is going to be a really fun first round. Outside of Cam Ward, we really have no idea what's going to happen with this entire quarterback class. The Giants have worked out everybody, I think, multiple times. I think Cleveland has done the same as well. The Saints, I think, were a little bit late to the party when it comes to the quarterbacks, just because they were probably relying a little bit more on Derek Carr. And then now that is in question, I think that puts them in a tougher situation. So we haven't even talked about Jalen Milroe, who showed promise early on in the season. But with that being said, kind of fell off there at the end. It really kind of started to struggle with some accuracy issues. I think there was also, I don't say culture issues, because I don't think Kalen DeBoer had culture issues, but they definitely plateaued there in the middle of the season for
Yeah.
unknown reasons. So interesting to kind of see what is going to happen here with these quarterbacks.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a fun night, and I think what else is also going to be a lot of fun, especially too for our viewers overall, is one thing Ryan and I learned last year, and maybe we just forgot year over year, but last year we remembered how freaking long this night takes. And there's
Yeah.
there's dozens and dozens of minutes in between picks, unnecessary amount of picks. It's not like the NFL's hurting for money, but they definitely make a lot of money through ad revenue. So what we have done is we both have come up with about 15 or 16 trivia questions throughout the night to kind of help us get through each pick as well, especially because there's going to be about 10 to 15 minutes at minimum between picks. So, Ryan, I will go first. And in honor of this, everybody is highly projecting who the first pick will be a quarterback. And my first question to you, my first trivia question to you is in the past 25 years, going back to 1999, how many first round quarterbacks have there been?
First
And
round quarterbacks.
first round quarterbacks, how many first round quarterbacks have there been in the past 25 years? I'll give
Oh
you
my
three
gosh.
guesses and I will tell you if you're higher or lower on your incorrect guesses because there will be multiple.
So, oh
And also
man.
to caveat as well, I had to count these, so maybe I missed one. So if someone could Google if Google AI would do something, but I couldn't find it. But I feel very confident that I'm correct on this math.
Damon Costner says a butt ton
A butt
as
ton.
the number of picks. So I mean, even if you just go through the last 5 years, so our first draft there were five, and then the next year, the 2022 class there's only one, and then 2023 there were three. You had Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson. Last year there were six. So what am I at?
I don't know. I wasn't
Six.
listening if I'm being honest. I know the
uh
answer.
So what is that? 6, 9, 10. I'll go with 78 quarterbacks, I think, might have been taken in the first round. Is that a
Okay.
good guess? Bad guess? Am I close?
That is a pretty good guess.
Okay.
It is low though.
It's low. Wow, I thought that was gonna be
Yeah.
I said 78. Hmm. Alright. 87. I'll flip it.
So now that is high.
Okay. Uh Jason, sorry, 64 is low. So it's between 78 and 87. So I'm gonna go with 80 on the nose.
That is correct. My
Oh,
math
wow,
is correct.
okay.
Yep. The first, so going back to 1999. Shout out to mom if you're listening, and everybody. Tim Couch, first quarterback on this prestigious list of quarterbacks. What an amazing career! And he is ironically now sitting on his couch, probably watching the NFL draft. And so Another fun side question here. So Tim Couch was taken number 1 overall in 1999. Who was the second quarterback who and significantly had a much better career than Tim Couch
Oh, in
did
'99?
in 99? Yeah.
Um,
And this does not count as one of my original, I will say.
I'm sure dad would know this, but or mom, but ooh, 99. Is it Philip? No, Philip Rivers went in the Eli Ben Roethlisberger draft.
Yeah.
Um,
He had a backup for some time. This is probably gonna give the answer right. He had a backup for some
oh,
time, that started his career with my Atlanta Falcons.
Brett Favre.
No, no, no. No. He started his career. The guy who I'm talking about now, he had a backup at one point in his career who ended up taking his job, who started his career with the Atlanta Falcons. Maybe because I know the answer, but I feel like that's also a very obvious hint.
Oh, so Jason says Donovan McNabb.
Yep, is Don
Okay,
McNabb
all right,
in
good job, Jason.
1999. Yeah,
You get one Tracy take buck.
it's worth the same as a Stanley nickel.
Yeah.
But no, I think that was a good fitting
It
start
was.
to trivia, especially to now with Cam Ward being projected to go over and be the first overall pick here within our draft or within the 2025 draft. It's funny, I've seen people like, hey, if you're doing any draft parlays, just throw in Cam Ward like number 1 overall pick. It's like minus 20,000 or 30,000 odds, I think, on some like on DraftKings, which
Yeah.
is like
You have to bet
nothing.
$20,000 to win
Yeah,
$100.
yeah. So it is it's like, hey, a little I guess any extra money helps if you're doing any of those draft parlays, so to say.
Yeah.
But, it is interesting to see Cam Ward's rise. I remember watching him, and this was several years ago, of when I stayed up late watching a random USC Washington State game, and I saw this Caleb Williams kid play, like, this guy's really good, and obviously he went number 1 overall. They never would have thought that the opposing quarterback would then be number 1 overall the following year in his career, and that was Cam Ward. And I remember even thinking, this kid's got game. He was a little inconsistent, but you see him though transfer over to Miami, had a good career there, or had a good year there. It was neat to see him play live, which was really cool. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets ended up winning the game as well.
Yeah.
I think that Miami team as a whole was just so explosive, but I also think to the ACC is just a little weak as well.
Well,
But
the Tech actually dominated that game in the trenches,
Tech
especially on the
did dominate
defensive
that
side,
game.
especially on the defensive or offensive side of the ball, where like Miami's defense couldn't do anything,
Yeah,
and Tech was able to force a late turnover. So it was a good game.
yeah. No, it was a fun game. And so, but seeing Cam Ward here, it's neat to see his journey come down as well. I even saw to another tweet as well. It's like, and the the tweet was like, "Never give up," and I feel bad because it kind of was a diss at DJ Ugualavule. If I pronounced that correctly, but it was Cam Ward was a 0-star
It's
recruit.
the Florida State kid, Oilongale, I think.
Oh, yeah, did I pronounce it correctly or did I not pronounce it correctly?
No, yeah,
I probably did it. I'll just go with ukulele. That's what I was calling him.
ukulele. Yeah,
But
mom's
he was a 5
favorite white elephant gift.
exactly. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, while Cam Ward was a 0-star recruit. And one's about to make a lot of money tonight, and one's not gonna get drafted. More than likely not
Yeah,
gonna get drafted at all.
yeah.
So, but, it's pretty neat here. There are some festivities coming out. Looks like Lil Wayne is coming out with Roger Goodell. Which makes me wonder then what rapper is Roger Goodell with gonna come out next year? Where's the draft next year? It's an awesome white elephant
White
gift.
elephant
Thank you,
gift.
mom.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's great,
20
mom. You did great.
26 NFL draft. Where are they going to? They're going to Pittsburgh. So let's look up Pittsburgh rappers. Is that where it's gonna be?
Damon, if the draft's in Pittsburgh, you gonna go?
Actually, Damon's gonna start a rap career so he can go out with Roger Goodell. What would Damon's rap name be? White Elephant? Would that be his Let's do Pittsburgh rappers. Oh, Wiz Khalifa, he come out with that. Mac Miller, he passed away.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Fed the God. Young Jeezy is mom's favorite rapper, actually.
Young Jeezy.
Yeah, she loves
I thought
that.
it was, I thought mom liked Meek Mill.
Potentially so. I think that's a good one. She's also a big. I'm trying to think of other rappers now. She likes Afro Man. I think she likes a throwback. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
She is, I think, a good Run DMC fan. I will say.
Okay. Are you
Yeah.
just making this up now? Do you know? Are you just saying rappers?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was trying to think of just other ones.
Yeah.
Those are who I listen to. So,
So, all right. Let's see in the chat. Over under. How long do you think the Titans take to officially make this pick here? Because usually
oh,
it takes like 7 minutes.
no. Well, so I'll push back on that. They've already made the pick. I bet they've told the
Well,
NFL like,
th-
"This is what we're doing. This is what we're gonna do." But then there's an agreement. The NFL like has an agreement with ESPN, with ABC.
yeah,
Like, hey, we're gonna have some run time. Then we need the commentators to come out and do their talking. Mel Kiper needs to do his analysis. So I think Sir Mix-a-Lot's a good one. I like
yeah,
that one. And so, uh, but I think that is like everybody knows who this pick's going to be. Like he could say it right now, and nobody would
yeah,
be like, everyone would be surprised. What I'm actually very curious about is what, speaking of mom, the Cleveland Browns are going to do at number 2. A lot of rumors that they're going to trade up. I was even thinking about it too with my Falcons. How upset would I be? Because everybody talks about going after edge rushers, and we only have 4 or 5 picks. Um, uh, what like we just give all that plus another one
yeah.
next year, to move up to 2 and go get Abdul Carter and like to see if we do this. It's not like I don't know how I would feel about it, but at the same time though too, I would rather do that than take a risk at somebody at 15. You know what I mean?
Well, my only thing is I feel like if you guys are going to make a move with the Browns, it's going to be for the 15th pick, and you guys are going to move back. I don't think it's really in question that the Browns or that you guys are going to trade up for the Browns because I feel like you'd have to give up more than what you guys are willing to offer.
Yeah.
Um, and not necessarily just offer, but also have at this point because that's a huge jump in a trade. Like that's a big value difference, and so I
Yeah.
feel like that's just like you guys would have to give up so much future picks that you'd be in this situation with 4 picks again in the future. So
Yeah, that's true. But we'll end up in the same position where we won't make the playoffs as usual. It's even if we make all the right moves.
yeah,
So,
well,
go ahead.
no, that was it. That was
Yeah, no, so I think it's gonna be very interesting to see as the Tennessee Titans are now officially on the clock. Jason, let's see if you are correct with 2 minutes and
minutes and
32
2
seconds here.
seconds.
So we're getting closer. Have about 2 minutes left as of now,
Yeah,
as of my recording. I don't know if we're on the same area here. So, let's see. Um, duh, 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 duh.
I got
I
9
go
minutes
ahead.
and 10 seconds right now.
Okay, that's about where I'm at too. So that's besides the point, though. So Cam Ward here going to be going to Tennessee. More than likely, that would be an absolute. I mean, that
If
would
they
be
took like
wild.
Travis Hunter or Abdul, what would be wild is if they took Shadur. That would be the craziest.
That would be wild. That actually, I would have. Yeah, I think that would be extremely interesting overall. Interesting thing too with Tennessee as well. They've really brought in some more veteran guys. They even signed Tyler Lockett today as well to a 1 year, $4 million deal as well, just to give some more veteran weapons. And so it's Cam Ward's going to be going into a very interesting situation as a whole. I still think it's going to be tough for Tennessee. I know Colts fans are going to be happy to hear that, but it's looking up though compared to I think last year. I do think that there's going to be a little more explosive capabilities from Cam Ward than Will Levis was able to offer. Will Levis's issue was just he unfortunately had like the Jameis Winston the Jameis Winston stats, I guess, without the game winning capabilities, so to say.
Yeah. Well, to be fair,
Uh,
Jameis Winston didn't really have game-winning capabilities either, but
no, he does, as in like that explosive. I mean, we saw what he did against uh, Denver, so to say. The issue with Will Levis though is like he would have like a quarter or two where he'd look good, but then he would look really bad the rest. Jameis Winston would just look really good, then really bad, really good, then really bad. So like there could be like the really good could lead to a 75-yard
yeah.
touchdown. and then
That's fair.
you say they're really bad for the next possession. And so Will Levis just obviously just couldn't cut it out. But I think Cam Ward though is going to be coming into an interesting situation now with Tyler Lockett as his receiver. He's gonna have Calvin Ridley in there as well. Nick Westbrook Akine did end up leaving, but I do believe that Titans are going to be in a good spot to get a one of the quality receivers in the second round. There's a lot of good receivers overall in the day two. I think that's going to provide a lot of good value for the team here. Guys like Jaden Higgins that you like, Jalen Knoll are going to be
Yeah.
like Io Manor. Also going to be some tight ends they can maybe go after as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Cam Ward's rookie year ends up. He's going to have, well, he's going to have competition because like he is still going to have Will Levis, but you're drafting him first overall here for a reason.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is actually Jason just commented on this in the chat, but Tyler Lockett went there. He signed like yesterday or today. And so I think that's a really good signing. He's a kind of a down the
Yeah,
field threat, but veteran wide receiver going to come in and give some good quality reps, starting caliber play
I
there
agree with that.
across from Calvin Ridley. Hopefully Treylon Burks. I know he's been kind of a bust since they traded for him uh 3 drafts ago now, but hopefully
Yeah,
that can help him kind of spur uh into a more prominent role in this offense. And then they were actually one of the really good. I don't say, well, maybe not really good, but they were, I think, a top 10 rushing offense this past season, mainly because Tony Pollard led the league in yards after contact last year. But like they had a top 10 rushing attack, I believe. So I think that's a really good sign for this Titans team going and bringing in, well, most likely Cam Ward. So I think it'll be good. I don't like who's it, Dan Moore that they signed, the left tackle that they just went and paid. Like he was an average left tackle according to all grading standards, and then uh, gets like a $22 million contract. So I didn't necessarily think that was a good move, but it allows JC Latham to go back over to being the right tackle, his natural position, and then hopefully the rest of that offensive line can improve from there.
yeah. So, but I mean that's the Titans' biggest thing is, and then what they've really focused on this year has just been continuing to keep on improving that offensive line. So at least J.C. Latham has left tackle experience if they have to move back. But they signed Kevin Zeitler from Detroit, so he's going to be kicking in at right guard. That's a huge addition overall. A lot of veteran experience there. I get your point about Dan Moore. I think
Yeah,
there are. Uh, some areas that he can absolutely improve in, but still having that veteran experience and a guy who's played left tackle for most of his career is going to be huge for the team. But they got Peter Skoronski in 2023, and I think he's got a lot of promise as well. So it's going to be interesting. As I said though, I think an area where it's great that you have Tyler Lockett, it's great that you have Van Jefferson, great that you have Calvin Ridley, but unfortunately, it's all those guys are uh, older, so to say. So how are they going to get younger talent in there? And I think that's what they're going to end up doing with their second round pick, and that
yeah,
route that they go there is where I'm going to be very curious about. Do you want a bigger X outside receiver like Jaden Higgins to bring in, or are you going to want a smaller, shiftier guy like his teammate Jalen Knoll? And
yeah.
so you're definitely more in really like evaluating the receivers. When you look at these day two receivers, what type of receiver do you think would complement Cam Ward best, especially to, and maybe you would say Xavier Restrepo, who was his college
I was just
teammate
about to,
at
I was just
Miami.
about to bring him up. Actually, I think you look like Tyler Lockett wins on the outside with speed, and then also Calvin Ridley has been more of that outside. Maybe not like a true X receiver, but he's kind of played that Z like outside, but off the line of scrimmage. So I think you go and you get more of a true slot weapon. Maybe Treylon Burks can hopefully pick things up a little bit, as he was kind of supposed to be that like jumbo power slot player. So I think that's going to be interesting to see here. It does look like the pick is officially in for
Hmm.
the Tennessee Titans. So, but yeah, I think you go look. Jalen Royals is another one. He has a lot of inside outside flexibility at the wide receiver spot. Xavier Restrepo is another guy. He ran an awful 40 at his pro day, but apparently he had a sprained ankle when he was running. So he ran like a 4.81. And like to put in perspective, I think the average wide receiver 40 was a 4.49. And he ran a
Gotcha.
4.81 at the combine. So
So a little
uh,
bit slower. I mean, that's
it
super
looks
slow.
like they are about to announce the pick.
Hey, real quick, another trivia question. So right now, are they announcing the pick now?
The Tennessee Titans select Cameron
It
Can you hear
really would
that?
have, yeah. It
Okay.
really would have been funny if we were talking about Cam Ward and then, like, they're gonna be this, and then if he's like, "Jackson Dart," and they're like, "Whoa."
Yeah,
So, we
be
just talked about
insane.
that. So, this is an unofficial trivia question, but I
Okay.
just checked. We have a whopping 4 viewers joining us. We appreciate everybody that's joining us here. Hi, mom. Hi, dad. Uh, how many people are watching the Pat McAfee show right now?
Oh, probably like 32,000 or something. Is
Oh,
that way
way
300?
low.
Oh, 1.3 million. Is that way high?
That's way high. Yeah,
Okay.
you're just extreme.
Uh, 355,000.
Uh, half that,
Okay.
152,000. So, Ryan, we gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, I
So,
know, yeah. We gotta start
it would be
somewhere, but
better if we were a professional punter for our career, so got notoriety, and we're
yeah.
also naturally funny.
Thank you,
I think that
Daniel.
would
I
help.
appreciate the support.
That would help us out.
Yeah. All right. So let's get in Cam Ward. We kind of talked a lot about him already. But I think first overall, I think it's well deserved. He had a really good season at Miami. He's continually improved. One of my favorite things about
Hey, hold
him,
on, wait a second. Was there a trade?
ooh, I don't know. Did the
They have
Browns actually just trade it?
Jacksonville is at the number 2 pick.
Ooh, that is interesting if that's true. The Browns, Jags trade up to 2.
Oh, that's Travis Hunter. They're getting
Oh,
Travis Hunter. Yeah.
100%.
Well, because they also need cornerback help, but
Yeah.
then also Liam Cohen, I think, would love to have him on that team. Uh, the Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jaguars. Jaguars are trading the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd round pick, and a 4th round pick, uh, and their 2026 first round pick to the Browns. So the Browns
Oh,
are going to have,
really?
yeah, the Browns are going to have 2 top 5 picks next year.
How crazy would
Uh,
this be if this is Ashton Genty? Because
that would be absolutely wild.
apparently the Jags have been in on Ashton Genty. I this is definitely Travis Hunter. There's no way this is not Travis Hunter. But uh
Right? Like, I don't think they would do Ashton Genty. That being said, I can absolutely make an argument why the Giants would get Ashton Genty. So if they wanted him, they can go and get him.
Giants
Uh,
fans would go and skin Joe Shane and Brian Dable alive if they let Saquon Barkley walk and then they go and draft a guy 3rd overall and give him basically the same contract as a rookie as Saquon Barkley got with the Eagles. If
it,
Ashton Genty gets drafted 3 overall, he'd have a top 3 running back contract in the NFL right now.
is that how the contracts? I don't think
Yeah,
he would get that much.
he would
Because I
because
guess
he's the 3rd.
because running backs get paid less
Yeah,
overall.
he gets like
Oh, but you're right that the 3rd overall pick value wise, because the 3rd overall pick isn't positional. It's just straight.
yeah. Your 5th-year option is positional, but because you get like it's like a franchise tag, but not as extreme. Um, so that would be a crazy pick. But I wonder too. So now the Browns need a running back. They're at 5. Ashton Genty seems like a solid spot at 5.
I like
Uh,
that.
that would be a pretty good pick. I think that makes the Patriots at 4 a lot more interesting. I think you have teams like the Raiders, the Bears that would be looking to trade up.
Bears would 100% trade up to go
Well,
get
the
Ashton
the
Genty.
Patriots would do that for 10.39 in a future day 2 or
Yeah.
like round 3, round 4
Well,
pick.
you know what's interesting now, though, too, I will say, is the Giants now. Because I mean, if Jags are willing to give up this much to trade up a couple of spots, then that's just going to raise the price then to move up to 3. So if you're the
Yeah.
Raiders, Jets, Panthers at 6, 7, or 8, I mean, then it's going to be a first next year. Do you love Abdul Carter? And that being said, too, as well, it's like there's not too many blue chip guys as we've talked about. I mean, Abdul Carter's a blue chip. Travis Hunter's a blue chip. I would say Cam Ward's not a blue chip. Like, no offense to him, I know he just went first overall. I would say I would say Ashton Genty would is fringe blue chip capabilities, and so it's going to make the number 3 overall pick extremely interesting what the Giants end up doing. I bet
Yeah.
they're fielding a bunch of calls. The Jags pick is in. You're right. It's got to be Travis Hunter.
Yeah, it has to be
You
Travis
know.
Hunter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
here, let's do my trivia question for this round real quick before the Jags pick is announced. Do you want random NFL trivia or do you want draft specific trivia?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just start at the top.
Yeah.
We'll do
It doesn't
random
matter to me.
NFL trivia. All right,
Yeah,
this
too
one should
random.
probably be pretty easy. But who is the last team to have a winless regular season and what year was it?
Who was the last team to have a winless
Yeah,
regular
winless.
season?
Yeah,
Like, so no wins.
no wins. Yeah.
So it was the Cleveland Browns. We were up in Ohio because we watched the game because the one receiver dropped the pass. I think it was even Tyrod Taylor that was the quarterback, if I'm not mistaken. Because then Baker Mayfield came in the next year because they didn't fire the coach. And
Yeah.
Mayfield got drafted in 2018. So Cleveland Browns 2017, where they went
Yep.
0-16.
That is the correct answer.
So I bragged a lot there with my memory. So I apologize for our dozens of you, not even
So
dozens,
in
our
in
several
college,
viewers.
in college, my roommates would play I don't want to say drinking game, but basically they would take a drink every single time I would say a random sports fact, and this is why, because we
Yeah.
would literally just say random sports moments.
So this is definitely a Tracy thing then. I don't know if Goodell's walking out of the stage here now.
He
Uh,
is. Look,
oh,
he's
well,
introducing somebody.
real quick. So with my part-time job that I do like 45 hours a week and I guess happens to pay all my bills, but it's like my side hustle compared to the Tracy take, which I do full time. Oh, there you go. I don't know if he's doing the pick.
NFL Man of the Year award presented by Nation. Not quite.
Is that? Are they? Oh wait, are they doing Man of the Year award or is it? Who is that?
I'm not entirely sure.
The Walter Payton Man of the Year, because I know Larry Ogunjobi, I think, won it for the Steelers. But then it would be funny then to
First off,
Kaiser. That's the guy who threw the pass. You're right.
Oh, we actually went to the Browns Colts game in Indianapolis for
that year.
Yeah, that year because that was Deshaun Kaiser.
Yeah, Notre Dame, right? I think he went to Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. He was a second round pick.
Yep, another one of the amazing Browns quarterback picks.
The league and this world a better place. As we remember, Walter Payton.
Oh, well, I was gonna say so. Oh well, here let's just wait a second until he says it.
We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, back from Colorado.
I like it.
I mean, I love this shakeup at the top. We've all been talking about how we don't feel like there's going to be a lot of movement. It's not going to be this interesting of a draft. Like there'll be some surprise names, but most GMs will probably sit and pick. And then second pick, man, they throw a wrench right into it. And it's the right order, but different team.
Well, but that's where it's interesting though as we were going through the draft process is because it's like unless if you want like how do we value these guys, and especially too it's like we knew Cam Ward would go number one overall because of just the quarterback value, and Tennessee needs a quarterback and the overall value that brings when you have that guy position you don't have to think about for 10 or 15 years literally when you find that guy.
Yeah.
And then the next two guys that we talked about, Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, were the blue chip guys. Everybody outside of that, it's like, how much are you really willing to give up? Just for an example, how much are you willing to give up to move up 3 or 4 spots to go get Mike Green? Nothing
Yeah.
against Mike Green. You know what I mean? But
Well,
there's Mike Green, there's Donovan Ezraku, there's James Pierce Jr., then we're starting to
Nick
get into different
Scorton,
types.
Shamar Stewart, Michael Williams, Jalen
There
Walker. Like the list goes on for
the
those
list
guys.
goes on and on and on for these guys. Now, Abdul Carter is a class above them. So you give up more to go try and get a guy like that.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm curious what the Giants end up doing here overall. But I think that that's going to be a very interesting uh, route on where they go, because the Giants, as we've talked about, they don't really need an edge rusher technically. I mean, they drafted Kayvon Thibodeau in the first round in 2022, and so he's coming into the 4th year of his rookie contract, and they will probably they could potentially accept his 5th year rookie option. They also traded for Brian Burns, but he also only has a couple more years left on his contract as well.
Mhm.
So it's just, what would they end up doing here? And going back to the conversation, what we spoke about, I bet there's going to be teams that are like, hey, the price value just went up to go get Abdul Carter, and I bet the Giants are willing to move overall.
Well, I think the Giants are more willing to give up Kayvon Thibodeau. He's going in. This is his final season on his rookie contract. They get Abdul Carter. They could probably flip Kayvon Thibodeau for an extra 3rd, which is in a draft like this. That's an extra day 2 pick. You have some really
Yeah.
good depth for those guys, like for edge rushers. There, it looks like the pick is in for the Giants, so that'll be fun to see coming up. But yeah, I think it's a good situation, I think, here for the Giants. So going to be the top 3 we expected. Different team, I think, thrown in the mix, most likely.
Yep, I like it. I like it. Real quick, then let's get to our next trivia question here, and this will be a shorter one. Ryan, this one is specific for you.
Okay.
The New England Patriots last had the first overall pick in 1993. Who did they select?
Drew Bledsoe.
Damn it. Okay. All right. I thought that was going to be clever. I thought it was going to be clever.
Sorry.
All right. Hey, they're going to get harder. They're going to get
Yeah.
harder, So.
Yeah. Sorry. That was.
I thought that was going to be catchy and everything.
Yeah. He was picked by Parcells, and then he was there for 9 years, and then,
and then
then he got
some Michigan kid.
Yeah,
some
I know.
California kid,
Some
from
guy
Michigan.
that we'll never know.
I know.
But
well, because I definitely knew, obviously, that they didn't have the first overall pick for 20 plus years, but I don't know why I was surprised that it was. I thought they would have had one sooner. But at the same time, though, too, the Falcons' last one was in 2001. So 20 coming up on 20 years.
Who did they take with that one?
Who did they take in 2001?
Was that Vic?
Yeah, it was Vic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael
Sorry,
Vick's
Jason.
been brought up.
Go
Michael Vick's
Pats.
been brought up twice today.
Go Pats.
So,
if you have something to say about it, you can talk to Abby about it.
Yeah. So here at number 3, it's
it's got to be Abdul Carter.
Well, no, I was just about to say, it doesn't have to be Abdul Carter. The safe bet probably would be Abdul Carter. But I could see them going Ashton Jeanty. Also, too, another reason why I could see them going Ashton Jeanty is the Giants have made the wrong decision a lot over the past 5 years. Not saying Ashton Jeanty is a wrong decision, but they have made decisions that have not typically gone with what the public said they should have done. I will say that. So I believe it is something I think that they could potentially end up going with. And if we're being honest, there is a void there. Like, nothing against Tyrone Tracy. You're welcome on to the Tracy Take whenever you like. Invitation's always open, for our brother out there. But that being said, though, too, Ashton Jeanty would come in and immediately be the number one guy.
I have to take a break. There is a snake in the basement, apparently. So
okay, all right.
I'm being summoned.
All right. Well, do you want to put it on?
Yeah, I'll do the.
Yeah. So we will be right back with the New York Giants selection, who is going to be, actually, I don't know if you got it up.
Oh, it's right now.
Oh.
It is
Abdul Carter. All right.
Okay.
They made the right decision.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back. As you can see, I'm the only one back, and ironically, the New England Patriots are on the clock, but luckily it is commercial break, both in Lambeau and also, I guess, still in Ryan's basement. We all hope that Ryan is not getting bit by a snake. Mom, I saw your text message. I don't know if Ryan saw it because I'm sure that's not his top priority right now. It's probably his top priority right now is not getting bit by a snake. So he might have missed your message, but it's been fun so far tonight. A lot of fun, other trivia questions here as well. And so I will even start going through a couple of my own for everybody that is still here as well, since Ryan has not gone. Well, actually, you know what? I'll even tweak up some of the ones because I got a couple where I could mix in a little bit. But here's a fun little trivia question, I think, for everybody between Dan Marino and Peyton Manning. And I know there are some Colts fans out in the audience, so they just perked up a little bit. Who had more career rushing yards, Dan Marino or Peyton Manning? So I'll give it a couple seconds here. There's even a couple other ones that we could end up doing. But because I've got a fun question for Ryan overall. It's going to be a multi-series question coming up here in a little bit. Not sure when I want to do this question. But I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a fun night for trivia questions because last year was rough. I mean, I remember we were live for we were live for 5+ hours going into this here. And so I saw one guess in there, and I'm assuming actually if you're in the chat, you can probably see a couple. So I'll give it a couple more seconds. And whoever did respond, how many rushing yards do you think Peyton Manning has in his career? And how many do you think Dan Marino has in his career? I'll add on to that. So, but last year though, this is where we got the idea because it was like we were on pick 20 and we had been live already for 3.5 hours. I was exhausted. That's when I knew I was old. Because like one, I guess I was a parent the year before that too, but still this year, that last year I was a parent, and it was absolutely wild. I think, and so I will say, so Jim and Jason, you are both correct. Manning did have more rushing yards. However, Peyton Manning did not have 1,000 rushing yards. Dan Marino did not have 900 rushing yards. Peyton Manning had 667 career rushing yards, while shockingly, Dan Marino throughout his entire career, when I think he played for 17 years, he only had 300 rushing yards. And so that is, I think, actually kind of wild to think about, even for Peyton Manning too, in his long career, where he really only missed one season. Now, the final season of his career, he was basically just like, I mean, he would just pitch the ball, so to say, because he couldn't throw with his shoulder. But you would think that they would just have more with like QB sneaks or like QB bootlegs or something wild like that. But to only have 667 career rushing yards in Peyton Manning's year is actually kind of wild. But here, Patriots pick is in. Oh, and they just missed it, but it looks like if you guys can hear it here, the New England Patriots had selected Will Campbell, tackle out of LSU, which I think is a great pick as well. Because Ryan and I, we even talked about that in our last mock draft. I also think too, it just made sense as well when you just go look at the quality of this draft. But Will Campbell going in, I think at worst case scenario, worst case, Will Campbell is going to be a Pro Bowl guard. I think Will Campbell is a phenomenal guy. Ryan loves also too his locker room presence and his leadership capabilities as well. And so I think that it's going to be a lot of fun to see him develop. I think they're going to try him at left tackle, but would not be surprised if they end up just saying like, "Hey, we're just going to move you into guard. You could be one of the best guards that has ever played the game moving into guard. So let's just do that now." And that's a solidified spot walking in. So maybe they try him out at left tackle. Maybe he can be that guy. Ryan loves talking about arm length. If you've talked football with Ryan and the draft as well, especially with offensive linemen, he will always bring up the 33-inch arm length. Anybody less than 33-inch arms is not a tackle in the NFL. They always have to kick in the guard because of their arm length, which is actually kind of, I don't know. I guess I never thought about it. I don't know how long arms really are proportionally, but if you're 6'5", like he's 6'5", and then have 33-inch long arms, I guess that's still nearly 3 feet. That's just shy of 3 feet. So I think that actually would be pretty long arms. I guess it is long arms, but we're also simpleton. We're not 6'5". We're not we're not 320, 6'5", and can run a 5-second 40. A lot of us are much smaller than that, way much less than that, and are much slower than that. And so maybe it just shows you how great these guys have to be when it comes to their physical attributes. But Jim Tracy, I agree. Back to Belichick fundamental drafting. And here's what's going to be pretty cool. I will say a little spoiler alert for all the viewers as well. I have a trivia question coming up for Ryan to name all of the receivers that caught a touchdown in Tom Brady's now broken, but at the time record breaking single season touchdown year. And two of which I did not know this, two of which were by the current head coach of the New England Patriots, Mike Vrabel. I did not know that. But if you know in the chat actually who the other pass catchers were, many of which also went to one receiver who has a single season record because of this that you might know about as well. But if you want to throw that in the chat, I think that would be fun because some of these names I don't know if Ryan will get, but many of them, I say many of them, there's really only 8 guys that went to them here, and so and half of them went to one guy. So, but New England Patriots though going with Will Campbell. The Browns pick is now in. I think this can go a lot of different directions as well. Is especially now with the trade back. We talked a bunch about fifth overall, and how if the Jags are still there and Mason Graham's there, it just makes so much sense for them to go Mason Graham. And I think Mason Graham would make a lot of sense, I believe, for the Cleveland Browns. If you want to bolster up that defensive line, you have Myles Garrett, you have already a first ballot Hall of Famer. Pair him up with Mason Graham, make even more one-on-one options. I think that would make sense. That being said, though, too, a fan favorite in Nick Chubb, he is now hitting free agency. And actually, let me even check. I do not know where Nick Chubb is currently playing or if he is still a free agent because I don't know if he is still a free agent as of now. The Cleveland Browns have not re-signed him. So I say that this could be a very prime Ashton Genty spot as well if you're looking for this team to replace him. I also think too, I'm very curious about where Ashton Genty goes because I have the first overall pick when it comes to my dynasty league that I'm in. And I did not naturally get there. I traded up there. This was a strategic move because I feel very confident about my dynasty team. If any of them are watching or is curious. And so let me go back to the Patriots trivia question here. Moss, Edelman, Hernandez, Gronk, and Heller are my main guesses. So Moss, yes, that one's an obvious. Welker, yes, that is not Edelman. But all the other ones are incorrect. Actually, uh, neither Hernandez or Gronk, I don't believe they were on the team actually in 2007 when they made that. I can go back and double check that. But there are 2 tight ends that are on this list, but neither of which are Hernandez and Gronk. I believe that they were both still at their universities partying it up, especially to Gronk going to Arizona State as well. So, but those are good guesses though. Welker was the guy as well, not Edelman. Even though I can see those guys definitely run together. They're almost the same receiver, pretty much, which I guess it makes sense on why they were so good. But just fit really well. Could go and get open. But there you go. I see Goodell is walking to the podium. 1 second. I'm drinking apple juice over here to celebrate the NFL draft. So I had to have a sip. Let's see if everybody can hear this. They did. They did. I said that was an option. They ended up going Cleveland Browns ended up drafting Mason Graham out of Michigan. I know Buckeye fans are going to be very indifferent on that. Mom, I want to know your opinions on drafting a Wolverine and having him be next to Myles Garrett. That being said, I love this decision though overall. If we go look at the depth chart for the Cleveland Browns as of right now. Obviously, you have Myles Garrett, and he brings up so much attention just overall, rightfully so. I mean, one of the best edge rushers to play the game, first ballot Hall of Famer, and they also just paid him a bunch. But at the same time, though, too, you go look at who is next to him. You have Malik Collins, you have Shelby Harris, Sam Kamara, Mike Hall Jr. Those are the starters and then the backups that they have as of right now on our lads when it comes to defensive tackle. So still definitely room to improve. And they did. They just improved a bunch. Mason Graham was amazing. He was honestly probably the only good thing to come out of Michigan this year. I say maybe Colston Loveland. Absolutely. He's going to be drafted in the first round overall. And he's a good tight end. He's going to go to a good team and going to contribute well. But if you go look at really what made this Michigan team competitive, it was specifically this defensive interior. Because even to Will Johnson, their star corner, he's going to be first round overall. He missed over half the season with an injury. So I think that that's going to be extremely interesting on what happens to Will Johnson and Colston Loveland. But with Mason Graham here, as Ryan is coming back, and Michigan defensive tackles were the absolute best thing about this Michigan team this year, right, Ryan?
Oh yeah, no, these defensive tackles were the only good thing about this year. So,
Yeah, we'll say, is the snake okay, or did the
oh no, that snake is dead.
snake is dead?
Yeah, that snake is not a threat anymore.
He is not going to be harming any more basements.
Yeah,
That is
for
good.
sure.
So, well, you missed a lot, and also too, don't look at the chat as well. Just want to make, even though I don't think any, because I started walking through some. Well, no, the trivia question that I have, so we're good on that. So, but
Did the Patriots trade?
Deb Tracy, that is not important at all. No one cares what kind of snake it is, just as long as it's dead. It is not important.
It was a copperhead. It was a copperhead.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
not anymore.
it
It's not anymore.
Yeah, no.
So we missed a lot. I want to hear your thoughts. The Patriots, we were correct. We have been right on every pick so far, just not the correct team that it has gone to. But Will Campbell went to your Patriots. Want to get your thoughts on that? And then Justin
okay, he did.
Mason Graham going to the Cleveland Browns.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Will Campbell to the Patriots, I think makes a lot of sense. They need that blindside protector. I feel bad that I missed it, the Patriots fan here. But no, I like the pick. I think that's really just a solid pick. I think it also opens them up throughout the rest of the draft to go and really target best player available, because there's really only 4 or 5 starting caliber left tackles in this draft, and I don't think that they're all going to make it to 38 where their next pick is. So I think that's important for them to go and get that that player there. And then Mason Graham, I think, a lot of people had him as a blue chip interior defensive lineman. I know he's a Michigan guy going to Cleveland, but
Yeah.
I think that him next to Myles Garrett is a very promising defensive line duo that's going to be very disruptive from day one. And yeah, I like the pick. So
I like it. So yeah, it's kind of been the one big shock has been the trade up from the Jags to Cleveland, but so far things have gone exactly how we have thought so far when it comes to player selection overall. So if that is the case, then if we are also correct, the Raiders on the clock as of right now, that means Ashton Genty is going to be going to the Raiders if we are correct. And
yeah,
I do think that would make so much sense, because similar to what we have talked about as of depth of this defensive line or depth of this class when it comes to overall value, not too much of a difference from the guy who's going to go 10th, 15th overall to the guy that's going to go 60th, 75th overall. I do think that could be like, this could be the spot as Genty's the clear differentiator, I think, from the rest of the class. And he's going to come in and he'll instantly be the number one running back if this is the guy. So I do see Goodell is on the clock right here.
Oh, I see the pick is in, but I do not have Goodell.
Oh, well, so I have it up here. Can you hear the TV? Can you hear my TV? You can't?
No, I can't.
Okay. Well, they did just select Ashton Genty, which means I will most definitely be selecting Ashton Genty first overall in my dynasty draft class, unless if I get a heck of a trade. Anybody watching on my dynasty team, trade offers are open, and I will review them. But at the same time, though, too, it just went up because Genty is going to be the number one guy. You're going to have Pete Carroll back there, who loves his running backs. Geno Smith. Genty's going to be, no offense to Kenneth Walker or Zach Charbonnet, but this is going to be the best offensive line Geno Smith has had. It's going to be the best running back Geno Smith has had as well for these check down guys. As one of the things, too, that you rightfully brought up a bunch when it came to, also to shout out Genty's first highlight that they showed was against Georgia Southern, just saying.
Southern.
But he hailed Southern that day. 6 touchdowns. He hailed
over 300 something yards. That game actually still went to overtime, I think.
He hailed all over Southern. But you rightfully brought up, though, his pass catching capabilities. Like, he's a 3-down back. He's a do it all back. Like, there's nothing that's going to stop him from coming off the field. outside of rest.
The big thing with him is he had 750 touches in college already. That's a very large number for running backs coming out of college, taking a beating so far. So I am curious, like what does his longevity look like in the NFL? I mean, to be fair, we've seen guys. Saquon has been doing this now for 6+ years. Hopefully, Bijan can do the same. But we saw with guys like Zeke where they kind of got through that first half of that second contract, and then like the legs kind of were lost from under him. So it'll be
Jason,
interesting to.
Jason with the comment of the night. Hope Pete lets him run from the 1 yard line.
Yeah,
A lot of people agree with you. There's a lot
yeah,
of people that agree with you. Ryan, I think that's a good question because we're seeing a lot of teams move to that now. Like you get your stud running back, yes, but then you have another guy though who is a good 1B. He would a lot of teams have these backup running backs who would be the starting running back on a much weaker team, so to say.
yeah,
Falcons, just for example, Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier. Tyler Algier, his rookie year, ran for over 1,000 yards, and he missed the first 2 games, not by injury, because the Falcons just didn't play him. Then he got some playing
yeah,
time. A lot of his rushing yards came in the second half of the season. Tyler Algier would have run for 1,400 rushing yards, more than likely, for the Raiders last year because he was a significantly better running back, but he's behind Bijan Robinson as well. Is the Taylor Swift chat? Is this the Taylor Swift chat group? No, that is on Abby Goodmanson's channel. If you want to go check
yeah.
that out, #1 Tracy Take fan, Jill. But more than welcome to stay. Have kind of a dual die. Maybe we'll have a crossover episode here in the near future. But Detroit Lions is a famous one now. It's Jamar Gibbs and David Montgomery. We're seeing other teams go and do this as well. And so I think this could be a common trend that teams end up doing. Wouldn't be surprised, honestly, that the Raiders draft another running back here just for that reason. Because with how deep this running
Yeah.
back class is, give a guy
Well,
let them both eat.
also too, like it was Amir Abdullah and Alexander Madison were their two running backs this past year. Both of those guys are not even like a good necessarily running back two in the league. So especially with how deep this running back class is, I think that they'll double dip. So
Yeah.
I will say we are behind on our trivia, and I think we've only done 2, and we're on pick 7, and the Jets.
No, we've
pick
done
is in.
3. I've done 2. I've done
Okay,
2.
so I'm
Yeah.
up.
So let's do yours.
Okay. So let's go. We'll do draft trivia since I did random NFL trivia last time. So
I like it.
when was the first ever NFL draft held?
When was the first ever NFL draft held? I should know
Yeah.
this actually because that was my fear with this is that I would pick up on some answers just because of like me doing my own research. So one of my questions here, one second, let me do some math. Okay. So that, and then and that's only 10 teams. So then 32 other teams. I am going to go with the first ever NFL draft. So because I got to think there were some drafts that would not have happened for World War II. I need to close the chat here. Actually, Jim Tracy, 1971. No, that's way wrong. That's way wrong. So I can keep the chat. I can keep the chat open if you're going to have guesses like that. I'm actually going to go and say, I'll actually say 1933.
That's close. That is close. The correct answer is 1936.
Oh, shock.
So 1936.
Shock.
Fun fact: no NFL franchise at this point had a scouting department. They had no scouting. So I don't know if they went in and did the drafts like how we used to do like rec league basketball, where you get height, weight, and testing score, and then you like just draft based on like nameless or what. But yeah, no teams had a designated scouting department.
I think back then when in 1936, like when they said like, hey, like, all right, do a 40, guys would just chug 40 ounces of beer. I think that's what their 40 was. Like,
Yeah.
like
That-
what was their 40 time?
Actually, I do have a beer related question if you want to skip to that one.
Sure. Is this part of the sanctioned Tracy Take trivia?
Yeah, this is a
Or
part of the sanctioned official Tracy Take trivia.
we use a beer question? Yeah, I'm
It's
very
kind of
curious now.
it is related to beer.
Okay,
It is
go
not a
ahead.
beer question.
Okay.
Lawrence Taylor recently did an interview talking about his draft experience.
He
How
was
many
underage. Yeah.
how many beers did Lawrence Taylor claim to have drank on his draft night?
Lawrence Taylor, how many beers did he claim to have drank on his draft nights? Well, Lawrence Taylor, defensive end. I mean, so if we're thinking about this logically, the dude's huge. Dude's 6'5", 260, and even then too, he would have been 21 or 22. So he's got the liver for a night like this for a college kid, so to say. I don't know this interview, so to say, but my guess is going to be because if you're thinking about it logistically, Andre the Giant had a bunch. Now Andre the Giant was huge. He's a foot taller
Well,
than
Andre
him.
the Giant was like 7'5", 800
Yeah.
pounds. Like
So he's a foot small. No, so that's what I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to think about
while
that.
while you think about this, we are going to announce the Jets draft pick.
Okay. I'll think about it.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu.
So we have been right so far. These first 7 picks, with how crazy
Yeah.
this draft class is, we have been right overall.
Yeah.
Armand Membu, props to you. You brought him up a lot sooner than I did when it came to the overall draft prospect
Thank
and
you.
his possibilities. But I also think too, when you look at the Jets and their overall needs, their offensive line has been improving overall over the past couple of years. And they found something in Olu Fushanu last year, which when he came in and came at left tackle, improved a bunch and helped out that offensive line and Aaron Rodgers a bunch overall. They also drafted Joe Tippmann in 2022 with the second round pick. Elijah Vera Tucker in 2021 is a good guard
When
when
healthy.
he's on the field.
Yeah.
His issue has been injuries. They even then too got John Simpson in free agency a couple years ago. The one big issue was going to be right tackle. And what Amar Membu played at Missouri was right tackle. And the dude's an absolute beast. If he was a little bit taller, he'd be a left tackle, and he would have made a lot more money tonight because people would have taken him in the top 5 and not 7th overall. But Ryan, you're a big fan of him. What do you like the most about Armand Membu and what he brings to the New York Jets offensive line?
Well, he's only 21 years old, and all
Yeah.
he's ever played is right tackle. And so I think you think about the muscle memory and everything that he's built up over the last probably 6-7 years of just playing right tackle. He played right tackle all through high school, his whole time at Missouri. He just has very few poor reps at that spot. And I think you go and you plug him into the Jets system. He's going to play right tackle. He's going to just continue to do it at the next level. He's an elite athlete. You look, Will Campbell were in the likes of Tristan Wirfs and Trent Williams in terms of combine numbers and testing. So I think that is a good thing. Sometimes people don't like comparisons, but all in all, just a really well-rounded tackle, very physical and powerful in the run game as well, can really get out. And I think when you look at what the Jets have in Breece Hall and Braylon Allen, I think he's going to be a really good complement to those guys for a long time as well. So I like the pick. Well, not as a Patriots fan, but I think that means it's a good pick when Patriots fans don't like the fact that the Jets just got a good player. So
Exactly. And that's kind of my thing at least when I look at offensive lines, and I don't have the overall success, as you can tell, of NFL scouting because I don't currently work for an NFL scouting team. But when watching Armand Membu, probably one of my favorite tackles in this class is Josh Simmons, the Ohio State left tackle, who unfortunately got injured, and he'll probably get drafted here tonight in the first round because super explosive, super mobile. He looks like a guy when he's not playing football, he's going to lean up a bunch because just his overall athleticism. And I think Armand Membu's like that as well. He's a little bit shorter than Josh Simmons. Josh Simmons is 6'5", Armand Membu 6'3". But when you watch him on tape, super explosive and super violent as well, throwing these guys around. And I think to your point, that's exactly what's going to help out this Jets offense as a whole, especially this Jets running game, is having that guy that they can pitch and move around field and then get him downfield.
yeah,
And when moving downfield, he's going to create some running lanes for Breece Hall, who unfortunately, and this is what we see happen with running backs, is like they great out of college, a lot of potential, but just goes to a horrible team and they just can't block for him. Like, and if you're a running
yeah.
back, you are dependent on, similar to receiver and a quarterback, you are dependent on how good the offensive line is. Yeah, if you're a great receiver, shoot Garrett Wilson, same team.
Yeah.
you need a good quarterback to be able to throw to you. And so I'm very curious to see how Armand Membu does in his rookie year. He's going to be competing with Warren Carter, who they drafted in the 4th round of last year to for that right tackle spot. That being said, I think he can win that job.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
he can win that job. And so especially too with this whole new regime coming in to pick, and this was their first overall selection, they're going to go with him. So let's get back now to the why everybody is viewing us tonight
Yeah.
for the trivia. Lawrence Taylor Beer on his draft night. I'm going to go with 27.
That is low.
Low.
Yeah.
I don't think I've had 27 beers in a weekend, even when I've gone on golf trips. Even I'm like, come Sunday, I'm like, I can't. On golf trips, I'm like, I've had too many beers already, and I don't think I've made it to 20 in a weekend. 27. Are these like 6-ounce beers? What are we talking here?
No, he said they were Coors Lights, and he
Hey.
said he had 41 in the night.
Cheers.
He said he did not remember much from that night.
Really?
But yeah,
I'm shocked to hear that.
yeah.
I'm
Apparently,
shocked.
Lawrence Taylor was also quite the party animal.
Yes, I
So,
agree, especially
yeah.
with my joke from earlier. So,
Yeah.
let's move on now to my trivia question. I'll move to this one because this one I think I'm proud of my childish joke that I titled this question because on my Excel sheet when making this, I titled it "Size Does Matter." What is the smallest stadium in the NFL capacity wise?
Ooh, the smallest.
And if you think about it, there's a reason. It makes sense. There's a reason for this. And don't look at the chat. I'm not saying anybody has put the answer in yet, but only I have the
Yeah.
chat up.
So my first instinct was Soldier Field just because of how old it is. But they recently remodeled it. Is it Lambeau? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. No, it is not Lambeau.
Okay. I feel like it has to be an older stadium.
Okay.
Just because I think now.
Here, you stew on it a little bit more. Or like crack open another Lawrence Taylor delight. And Roger Goodell is walking up to the podium as right now if you want to pull up the pick.
Well, let me unmute.
That's not good.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan. Wide receiver, Arizona.
Okay.
That's a good pick.
That's a good pick. I get it. I even made this claim on. So I didn't make this claim. I did not make Ted McMillan to the Panthers claim as much as I would have loved to have been that guy to know that. But I did make the claim though, as everybody was screeching throughout the entire offseason, Panthers need defensive end. Panthers need defensive end. Panthers need front seven. Yada yada yada. Yes, they do. They 100% do. I'm not disagreeing with that. However, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Is if we're looking at these first round guys, Mike Green, Donovan Ezrake, James Pierce Jr., Michael Williams, Nick Scorin, Shamar Stewart, and I'm sure there's even some other guys that I'm missing here as well that could go into that. There's so many of these guys, and that's just the potential first round guys, not even then if you include all the second round guys as well to improve that defensive line. Capitalize on getting one of the top. Now they got the top receiver. I suggested the top corner just because they only have 8 guys total secondary on their contract as of right now. But I do believe, though, if you had Ted McMillan, I think that's going to be a great compliment overall. I think you have him on one side, Xavier Legette on the other. Then you're going to have an Adam Thielen guy, or you can go get a slot guy, younger slot guy overall to help out Bryce Young. We saw Bryce Young take massive strides forward, and he's a small quarterback, so him taking massive strides is real. So I think this is going to be a great pickup overall. I do think Dave Canales would really like having him in his system. Obviously,
Yeah.
they drafted him.
Yeah. Well, also too, you look at Dave Canales, former Tampa Bay offensive coordinator, go and get a guy that a lot of people compared to
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans in the draft process. Also, Drake London went 8th overall. Tet McMillan. I feel like that's a good fit for
I know.
for the spot, a good value. So, I don't really have too much to add. I'm still thinking about your trivia question. The smallest stadium, NFL stadium.
I'll put it this way here. So you said Lambeau potentially could be one. I'll say you almost couldn't be more wrong on Lambeau. Lambeau, according to ProFootballNetwork.com,
That's fair. Lambeau's massive.
Lambeau seats 81,441 people, and it is one of the older stadiums. Yes. So
well, they
it
also
could
have
be more
bleacher
wrong.
seating, so it is a little different.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fat people though. I wonder how they calculate the bleacher seating.
A lot of cheese eaters.
Exactly.
Huh. I don't know. I don't think it's Gillette. Gillette only seats like 65,000.
I will double check you on that as well. I'll give you the exact amount. Gillette seats 66,829
Okay.
and opened in 2002.
I don't know. What's the answer? I can't.
You should have trusted your instincts, and that's why I said it makes sense that Soldier Field is the smallest capacity because it's also the oldest as well.
Soldier Field?
It started open in 1924. The stadium had an initial capacity of 45,000, which is actually almost more wild to think about. In 1924, a facility was open up for sports with 45,000 people in 1924. It's almost a little bit more wild. And then renovations in 2003 bumped the capacity up to where it is now at 62,500.
Nice. Okay.
So yeah, the more you know. We
do have a question in the chat. Clancy McRae says, y'all don't think Tet went a little too high.
So Ryan, I'll let you go first.
Maybe it's a little high. One, wide receiver is a premium position, so teams are a little bit more likely to reach. But I also think his athleticism and fluidity for a 6'5", 215-pound receiver is rare. He has really good ball skills. And in the right situation, like Carolina, that he's going to emerging offense with an emerging young quarterback. I think that's a good situation. But Tet is kind of in this pool of like 12 to 15 players where they all kind of grade out very similarly. So I think that's why, like, if you look at mock drafts before, you could see Tet go all the way down to 20, or you could see Tet go top 10 like he did tonight. But I think all in all, he's a good wide receiver talent, very solid person off the field as well as on. He runs good routes, good hands. I think it's a good pick. You're not really going to hit any home runs in this draft, but I think it's definitely like a double. Like they got on base.
So, and then to kind of add on to that, Clancy, if this was last year's draft, I would agree 8 overall, way too high for Ted McMillan. I think Brock Bowers would have been better value than Ted McMillan. But I think my question was like, it was hard to tell where Ted McMillan was going to go. And actually, Ryan, if you want to quickly unmute here.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
All right, I get it. This is what's going to be so fascinating with this draft is because it's nothing against Kelvin Banks, nothing against Shedeur Sanders, nothing against any other defensive lineman that we projected going to the Saints throughout the mock draft. This more goes to show the volatility, I think, of what we're about to see tonight on this draft. Even now, too, going back to Tet, we went 7 for 7 on the first 7 picks. Now, the teams and the trades, Jags and Browns, got mixed up, but we were correct on the first 7 picks. And admittedly, those were probably the 7 best players in this draft. You can make an argument for Cam Ward, but his positional value bumped him up to 1. But now we've seen Ted McMillan go into the Panthers. Now we've seen Kelvin Banks go into the Saints. And Clancy, your question overall, I think, is absolutely fair about Tet. Is he too high? But I think, as I was saying, I think it's dependent on the draft class overall. If the Panthers would have passed on him and gotten Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson and to address the secondary, I would probably feel the same way as I do about them drafting Tet. Like, I get it. I think it's good value. I think that they can bring in a lot of. I think he's going to provide good value to this offense, just the same way that Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron would bring good value to the defense. Now, that being said, could I see all three of those players bust under the Panthers? Absolutely. Same thing then too with Kelvin Banks here. With I think he's going to bring good value to the Saints, but is it a sure thing? Not really. And that's, I think, the dichotomy from this year's class to last year's class is last year, it's like, I don't know, just the names that were being thrown around. They just felt like superstar names and what we were seeing them do in college and translating to the NFL. And with Kelvin Banks, well, as a Falcons fan, I hope he sucks. but looking at it logistically, logistically and objectively, the Saints need offensive line help. That was one of their big bugabooes last year. One, they got bit by the injury bug, but two, there were some questions overall, just on their overall offensive line. And especially if you don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be, and if you're going to be having Spencer Rattler back there as your quarterback, if Derek Carr can't go, you're going to want to bolster up this offensive line. So I think it makes sense. It makes just as much sense to me as if they would have gone defensive line, which is something that I thought that we should have gone, that they could have gone as well.
Yeah. So real quick, Jim Tracy, the father of this podcast, asks how long are Kelvin Banks's arms. So he measured in at 33.5 inches, which is probably about NFL average for tackles. But what makes him elite is his overall wingspan. He had like a 98th percentile wingspan at like 84.5 inches or something wild. And so he's just a really wide upper bodied guy. And so I think overall, he had some issues there, but with the right coaching, I think he can be groomed into being a starting caliber to potential Pro Bowl caliber left tackle at the NFL level. So,
I will say, I see the Bears pick is in.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing something. I don't know if they're making fun of the Packers. But
there's so many captivating matchups. It's the best. Yes, because nothing says holiday cheer like watching your team destroy another. So, without further ado, everybody, get it together, mark your calendars, set your alarms. The schedule will be dropped on May 14th. There we go. Lock it in. We can't wait.
Okay.
Tweet it out, tell everybody, and
all right.
be sure to check out all the great content from the NFL team sites, the club social channels around us.
I'm gonna mute it.
I agree, Clancy.
But
I think that's kind of one of the things. Yeah. I think it's one of the things that's interesting about last year's class, kind of what I've been saying, is last year's class was like your superstars, like the guys you're going to see on the projections, like Caleb Williams versus Jaden Daniels when they're talking about like the next week Sunday Night Football matchup. Like those are going to be the faces, so you're going to get your superstars. This year's draft class is going to be your Super Bowl winners, though. Kelvin Banks, that's a Super Bowl winning. If that guy pans out, you're not going to hear too much about him overall, but he's going to be one of the best offensive linemen in the league if he pans out for the Saints. Same thing, too, with Will Campbell. Not often do you talk about how great your left tackle or left guard is, but it's like when the Patriots go on to the Super Bowl, it's because they're going to have one of the top offensive lines. They're going to be able to run the ball significantly well. And that's why I think this draft class is going to be and this, you talk about the scouting as well. Which scouting teams are the best, and that's why I'm looking at the Rams, look at the Eagles. I think they're going to have really good draft classes because based on the past couple of years. Oh, 1 second. Sorry.
There you go.
Family lost a true legend. Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael.
So I have one thing to say about the Kelvin Banks pick, really quick, and then we can get into whoever this is.
Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the fourth pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, The Chicago Bears selected one of Stephen Michael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
I don't know Walter Payton and Jackson State.
Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears.
Whoa.
As you heard earlier, the NFL
I just saw the pick on accident. This will be interesting.
Performance and excellence on the field, but also his
Is it Shedeur Sanders?
No. That would I would have said some expletives if that was the pick, but
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
wow. That's an interesting pick, but I like it for Ben Johnson. You look at what Sam Laporta was able to do, even in his rookie season with Ben Johnson. I think that's a really good sign for Colston Loveland and the way that he'll be moved around. But I think that's going to be a fun mix. I don't know if I love the value, but
Jill, you should sell your Cowboys gear just in general. But back to the Colston Loveland pick. I get it. I feel like I'm going to say this all night, similar to Tet McMillan going to the Panthers. Like, I get it's just going to be how these guys value these players. Like, they clearly obviously value Colston Loveland more than Tyler Warren, and there's pros and cons to both. So it's going to be able to fit their system, and that's what I think is going to be the overall theme of this draft. We're now starting to get into the point where if you're talking about positional, not even just positional value, just value you bring to the team, there's going to be not too much of an overall difference between guys going here, or maybe not here, maybe 5-10 picks from now, than compared to guys who are going 60th, 70th overall, because that's just going to be this overall draft class. And so what I find really interesting with Colston Loveland then too, and then you go look at a Ben Johnson type system as well. And also too, on top of that, just to add context, the Bears have the 39th and 41st pick overall. So we might not be done with the Bears tonight. They could be aggressive overall, but Ben Johnson wants to have a really stellar running game. You go back and look at that Detroit Lions team, and you go talk about how great they could throw the ball and the benefits of Amon-Ra St. Brown and everything like that. I'm not going to read the chat until I'm done.
No, you're good.
But everything with Ben Johnson offense actually went through the run. You got to be able to run the ball first. And if there was a difference, I think, between Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland, is Colston Loveland, I think, was the more traditional tight end, the guy that could more fit that role. I think he could be a better blocker. Now, Tyler Warren might have better improvisational skills, and I think could be a better pass catcher overall. Just because of his ability to, as we saw with Penn State, kind of run his route, but also be able to get loose. I think Colston Loveland might fit at Ben Johnson's system a little bit more. So that's what I think is going to be very interesting. I think they could have gone either way. If they would have gone Tyler Warren, I could have made a similar argument, I think, for why Tyler Warren was the good pick here. But I want to throw it over to you also so I can read the chat as well.
Sorry, it was Damon just said I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and I was like, Damon, do you want me to tell Abby that's not acceptable? Is that
Actually, did Damon's assistant set that up for him?
Probably.
Probably so. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I like the pick. I think it gives like they drafted Sam Laporta, what was that, 18th overall 2 years ago. And so
no, because Jack Campbell was 2 years ago. Sam Laporta was in the second round.
Yeah.
Sam Laporta was
Okay. You're right. They drafted Jack Campbell at 18 overall, but no, I like the fit. Correct. I think that is going to give Ben Johnson a lot of opportunities. I think now you look, that's DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Colston Loveland. They have DeAndre Swift in the backfield, plus whoever they add later in the draft. So I think that's a really good group there. I do want to go back to Kelvin Banks though.
Yep.
There was I was watching an analysis of him on YouTube, and one of the guys was knocking him, and he was like, in big games, like he just kind of disappeared. Like you just never really heard his name be called by the announcer. And I was like, I want my left tackle like to never have his name called by the announcer. Like when his name is being called, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
And so if he's constantly being called out, I think that was just the big thing with him was he was just steady. He had a bad game, I think, against Georgia that was highlighted by, I also think that Quinn Ewers was partially to blame on some of his poor plays, either not stepping up in the pocket or trying to escape the pocket and not necessarily giving Kelvin Banks a good situation. But I also think Georgia is just, I mean, Michael Williams and Jalen Walker are both guys that are going to be taken probably in the top 40 or 50.
Yeah.
If not at both in the first round. So we have a question from Jim Tracy. Will Jalen Walker slip to 14? Potentially. I think that is definitely an option.
That's I think that's the correct answer is potentially. It's
Yeah.
similar to kind of what I've been saying with the draft class is we really don't know how the Niners, who are picking at 11, the Cowboys picking at 12, and the Dolphins picking at 13 are going to value these guys. And at the same time, as well, to add on to that, those three teams in front of the Indianapolis Colts, they need almost everything. Like
Yeah.
they borderline need almost everything for their team. So are they going to value a guy like Jalen Walker who's going to have that edge rush capability? I think you can make an argument, Jim Tracy, if Jalen Walker and Jahad Campbell are both available, that's a great situation for the Colts to go and add that value. Both guys are explosive. Now, Jalen Walker is probably more of an edge rusher than he is a linebacker, and Jahad Campbell's probably more of a linebacker than he is an edge rusher. So you can kind of play that both ways, so to say. But this is where it's not like the Niners, Cowboys, and Dolphins need offensive line help, and there's 5 or 6 guys that are perfect for uh, that are perfect offensive linemen. You know that all three teams could go and get, or receivers, for example. So I think it's going to be extremely interesting overall. I'm very curious now because ESPN is showing the current starting quarterbacks, and the 49ers pick is in. So is he going? Are we thinking Shador Sanders is going to the Niners? That would make sense because, well, how? Let me rephrase that. It would make sense if the Niners don't want to pay Brock Purdy $50 million, get a contingency plan post 2025, and be like, Brock Purdy, you can go get money somewhere else.
Yeah. I mean, from what I've heard, that there have been pretty strong contract disagreements between them. It looks like they're announcing the
Rightfully
pick.
so. Yeah.
And Navy. We're proud to announce that this year we're celebrating our 250th anniversary. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner
I,
with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick. With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
So here comes the commissioner now with that pick. Chance of USA mixed in with the requisite booze for the Niners here in Packer
Thank you
country.
to our
And real
men
quick-
and women
oh.
who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
So there's one Georgia defender off the board. I think that's Dad, to answer your question, we have no idea. So I mean, we'll see in a couple picks.
And that's what, and we've listed off the big 6 or big 7 now multiple times, but like Michael Williams was one of them. So it's like the Niners. And hey, I like that you put Nick Bosa on one side, Michael Williams on the other. Like,
Oh, yeah.
it's long term. I can see that being a very fun. You're going to have Fred Warner, probably one of the best middle linebackers in the league. Well, he's definitely one of the best. Is he the best? I mean, I think that's up for debate. I'm trying to think of some other guys. He might be the best. Also, too, considering I think he played the 2024 season on a fractured ankle. I think that's a fair, fair argument. I think to say like why he might be the best, probably the toughest. But so here, like Michael Williams going to the Niners, I get it. We talked a lot about like, hey, getting front 7 help for this team. Where when this team was really good, when they were making their Super Bowl runs, obviously they had Nick Bosa, they had their star players performing, but they had phenomenal role players to go along with them, and they lost that in 2024. They had a bunch of injuries to go along with it. and which definitely did not help. But you go add a guy like Michael Williams, and a minimum, if he's just a role player for the next 4 or 5 years to help out Nick Bosa, bring attention away from Nick Bosa, like, hey, we got to cover Michael Williams because one on one, like this guy's going to eat us alive on 50% of the plays. That's going to bring
Yeah.
in more opportunities for Nick Bosa, who will eat you alive on potentially 100% of the plays on one-on-one situations. And so that's where I think the Niners, they felt Michael Williams was going to be the guy that could help them out more than James Pierce Jr., Nick Scorton, Mike Green. So I get it. Like I see why they would have gone with any one of those guys.
Yeah, I will say right now, I think this pick is the one that has the highest bust potential. Just his injury concern. He's a much better run defender than he is pass rusher. We haven't really seen him play not on that banged up ankle in a high volume amount of snaps. So I agree. Like there's a lot of potential there. He's a
Yeah.
great athlete. He's very strong at the point of attack. I just think that there is a significant amount of bust potential there. So we are backed up a little bit on comments. Didn't think I'd be saying that tonight. But
I didn't think I'd ever say that.
yeah, fair. But Damon said if she booked it, it was acceptable. All right, good to hear. Oh, the Cowboys are picking.
Oh
Hold
wow,
on.
they're going much. They must have heard our complaints. Roger
Yeah.
Goodell must have watched the Tracy take.
NFL draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama. So it is a guy named Tyler, but it's Booker. They go offense.
I don't hate it, but that's bad value. That's bad value.
No, it's not even that I think it's bad value. Well, so here's my thing. This is where Tyler Booker is really good. I think he's going to come into Dallas, and I think he's going to fit in really well. If you go look at what Dallas is trying to do, is one, they have a lot of fat contracts, and then another fat contract coming up within the next year with Micah Parsons as well. So that's going to take up, not going to lie, that's probably going to take up 50% of their cap space between Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons. So they're trying to find good value overall to build a team around them. I bring that up specifically. If you go look at their moves over the past couple of years, particularly around the offensive line, they have Tyler Guyton as their starting left tackle. This is all according to our lads. Tyler Guyton as a starting left tackle. They have Tyler Smith that they drafted in 2022 as their starting left guard. They have Cooper Beebe as a starting center from last year's draft, and all those guys are really good. They have Terrence Steele, who they picked up as an undrafted free agent in 2020. And then same thing then too with their current right guard, according to our lads, Brock Hoffman as a right guard. Now, that being said, Tyler Booker is going to kick over to right guard, or Tyler Smith is going to kick over to right guard in some capacity. So they have a very young, athletic, with a lot of potential offensive line, as of right now, to help with their contract situation. That all being said, they needed so much else. They needed another weapon. They needed a lot of defensive help overall, I think. So I can see why they went this route, because this solidifies one of their guard spot, and also contractually locks them in now until 2029, so to say, if they pick up their 5th year. But I am I think he and Deb Tracy, I agree with you. His name's Tyler. He must be good. He is obviously a future Hall of Famer. I agree with that completely. So, but I'm curious overall. I feel like they could have gotten a guard with similar quality and capability in the 2nd and 3rd round, and maybe gone a different route.
Well, the big thing with him is he's not the greatest of athletes either. Now there's not really a correlation between guards that are great athletes and guards that are great at the NFL level. So, maybe that's an issue. But I do think like they needed to improve that offensive line. I just felt it was lesser of the needs. They needed another weapon, I think, to pair with CeeDee Lamb. Clancy said, I hate it, and I'm a Cowboys fan. So
that's what
I will say. This is probably my least favorite pick made so far.
You're right. Michael Williams, I get. 10, Colston Loveland, I get Kelvin Banks.
Yeah, especially Ryan Ramczyk just retired from the Saints. Like they needed offensive linemen.
Of the picks so far, I can agree with that statement that this is probably my least favorite overall. And what's funny about that too is I've been saying this all offseason. The Cowboys is not a wrong pick for the Cowboys.
It's not.
And apparently I'm never wrong, and apparently I might have been wrong.
Look,
We'll have to see how Tyler Booker does.
is a passing grade, but a C is C
Not
minus might be
not
what
for
I.
your first round pick.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, not for your first round pick. I will say
but-
this necklace that Tyler Booker is wearing is excessive. I have no fashion sense, but I mean, he's spelling out a whole word across his chest on his necklace. I guarantee you that necklace is worth more than my car. My car only has 80,000 miles on it. So
it's that NIL money. My phone keeps freezing.
No, I bet it's the I know I'm about to get a fat contract money.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not even NIL. But Clancy, I can agree with you though. Overall, is I can get why you don't like this pick. It's not that Tyler Booker's bad. Going back, were you the one that asked about Ted McMillan earlier?
Yes,
I think you
that
were.
was Clancy.
This might be too high for Tyler Booker.
Yeah,
this might be too high for Tyler Booker. No offense to him. And hey, if he's the best guard, if he's rookie all pro guard, I will gladly eat my words. I've done that before on this show as well. And happy for him to get drafted, go to the Cowboys as well. I feel bad he's never going to win a Super Bowl. But with that being said, though, too, I get what the Cowboys are trying to do, but I feel like they could have accomplished it later on in the draft. I just think that a guy like, especially too, if you're trying to address the right guard position, wait till the second round, get Tate Rutledge from Georgia. Now, maybe he might not be there. Maybe Tate might not be there, to be fair. But I don't see as big of a difference between the two of those guys. And I will say I did think Grace Abril was going to be the
I did too, actually. The first interior specific guy. Yeah.
So,
well,
real quick, I'm going to take a break. You have to read the comments and talk to nobody and everybody at the same time because I have to go.
I'll just keep going through the comments. We actually have a decent bit.
I know. I think this is a record. I would say. I think for most comments. Also, too, it helps when you tell your family and then also your fiance's employer. I think actually didn't. I think
Abby mentioned it in their morning call. Like their
I think Abby said, if you all don't watch, I'm going to quit. I think Abby said that.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything like.
No, she just said she'd put Damon in some crappy hotels. That's what it is.
Like a Holiday Inn Express.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be right back.
But no, Clancy. I mean, one, the Cowboys are the only team in the NFL that do not have a general manager. Jerry Jones is the final decision maker on all of their moves, and I think that's a big mistake. And so I think you go back and you just kind of look at what they have done in the past, just drafting wise. I think that it sometimes has worked out, but I think for the most part, you can tell that their scouting department is just not quite up to snuff. So it'd be curious to see. Damon said before we even went live that the Cowboys need to draft a new owner, and I slightly agree with that. So as long as the Patriots suck, I will be happy. I will not be happy if the Patriots continue to suck. So hopefully Drake May is the savior that we all need up in New England, and Will Campbell will be the left tackle of our future, or maybe left guard, depending on his arm lengths. So, all right. Any other comments? Yes, Jill, you should sell your Cowboys stuff. I think we already went over that. So, and also Jill, for the do you guys make bank every time I click on the Candy Crush commercial? I think we make a whole penny every single time you click on that ad. So keep clicking, I guess. But all right, the Dolphins pick is in. Very interested to see what they do as a AFC East division rival. Dad, I don't know if Jalen Walker. I don't think Jalen Walker is on their radar. They drafted Chop Robinson last year. So, had that outside linebacker type, although they did lose Calais Campbell. They lost some other edge rushers as well. So I don't know. We'll have to see who they go with here. I think Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan, is on the table, although some reports about him being having some injury red flags were released this morning. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So, interesting. Okay. Looks like
with the 13th pick codes select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
All right. So Kenneth Grant is the pick there at 13 for the Dolphins. So big run stuffing defensive tackle. They lost Calais Campbell. They lost Christian Wilkins in 2024 free agency. So that is, a big hole filled for them on that defensive line. They also need offensive line help. So I expect this draft to very much be in the trenches for the Dolphins. But all in all, I think that's a good pick. Him and Mason Graham were the only thing that kept Michigan around. Wow, the Colts pick is already in. They were not on the clock for a minute, so they must really like who was on the board for them. And Tyler must be taking the Browns to the Super Bowl, I guess, is what Deb Tracy said, the mother of the show. So maybe you should FaceTime him and see. Oh, he's back. So, all right.
Oh. Go Patriots. Hey, so I just missed it. Who did the did they take Kenneth Grant? Did Miami take Kenneth Grant?
They did take Kenneth Grant, and the Colts pick is already in.
Great pick.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're going Tyler Warren.
Either Tyler Warren. I like Jalen Walker for them as well.
Jalen Walker's a horrible pick.
Versatility.
Who would want Jalen Walker to the Colts?
Yeah, exactly. I will say we are way behind on trivia. We're like 8 picks behind.
Trust me. It's only 9:30. We're gonna have plenty of time. Trust me.
Yeah, I will say they're flying through the picks this year.
I know. Like I was complaining earlier while you were massacring a snake about the last year. Like it was 3 hours and we only got through like half. The NFL only got through half the picks. So, and last year was funny too. Last year I thought it would have been much more verbatim. If these guys are gone, we're going with this guy. If these guys are gone, we're going with this guy. And this would have been the year of much more kind of ambiguity.
Yeah,
and absolutely not. So I will say, to add on to this, Kenneth Grant's been one of my favorite, I'll say, sleeper picks, just because he is the guy who I like. As much as Mason Graham was that, like, as great as he was, it was a Batman and Robin situation between the two of them. I think Kenneth Grant's going to go into Miami and be a great fit, especially too. They lost Calais Campbell, and the type of defense that Miami likes to run with that 3-4, where they have.
Are they coming to the stage?
I don't know.
Yeah, Goodell's walking out. Yep.
Okay.
NFL draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
So I have to say this, Dad. I know you wanted Jalen Walker. The backfield of Tyler Warren, Jonathan Taylor, and Anthony Richardson is pretty disgusting. Like that's
going to be. Well, you say backfield. Do you just mean the combination of then having
usually tight ends line up either on the line of scrimmage or in the backfield. I also think like they'll do some fun formations with Tyler Warren, put him as a fullback, maybe kind of do like a split back set with Richardson in the shotgun, like do a whole bunch of crazy things that I think a lot of NFL teams might not be fully prepared for. So
yeah,
I like the fit. He's a really good blocker as well. And so I think that that's just going to be a really fun offense for the Colts. The other thing too, waiting on linebacker, you have other guys later in the draft that I think are going to be decent linebacker fits. You have Chris Paul Jr., Carson Schlesinger, Jay Higgins from Iowa. You have a few Ohio State guys. Jahad Campbell is still on the board, although I doubt he'll get to the Colts next pick. So
I wouldn't be surprised if Jahad Campbell goes to the Falcons here at 15, or even Jalen Walker. But to your point, though, and I know Jill Walter, the real question is what is in your cups? My daughter was drinking apple juice earlier, so that is what I have, adult-inspired apple juice, as you can tell.
Yeah, it is whoever wants to sponsor the show. So Coors, Miller, Coca-Cola.
This is sponsored to you by Matt Hand.
Yeah. In that case, it'd be Pepsi. So Jeff Peru. Do you guys
Jeff
do a
Peru, yeah.
fan meet and greet from Jeff Peru? The fan meet and greet is on May 31st. The invite is in your mail. That is the
And I think there's actually even too like a VIP event showing on May 30th as well for all
Yeah.
the invited, like for all the premier guests
Yeah.
that we truly love and really care about. If you're not
Yeah.
invited to that, then we really don't care about you. I think, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, that's just what I said.
Yeah. No, that's what I told you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be private? Okay.
No.
I didn't know that. Okay. Well, now we know.
Oh,
Well,
were you invited on the May 30th showing? That's what I thought was.
I was. I was.
Oh,
Yeah. So, Jeff, if you weren't invited, I don't know what to tell. You'll figure
Jeff
it.
was invited.
You'll figure it out, man.
Respectfully declined.
If you can't figure it out, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should call Nationwide. So help out with that.
All right.
Or to State Farm. I forgot who you worked for, but either way though. So
Actually, technically neither. Now.
No,
Sorry.
he's gonna make fun of me now. Was it Progressive? Did you work with Flo? I think Jeff.
Flo.
Aunt Coco kind of looks like Flo if you think about it. She could be Flo.
Yeah.
She was a little bit taller. We're getting besides the point here. We're moving away from.
Let's do a couple trivia questions here.
I agree with that. So, I went last, right? With the.
So let's do random NFL trivia.
I think this is all random, if we're being honest.
Well, okay, but I have draft specific questions.
Okay,
and then I have like broader NFL trivia questions. So, which NFL team holds the record for the longest losing streak of all time, and how many games was it?
Which NFL team has the longest losing streak of all time? Well, you'd have to go. The Detroit Lions was one of the first teams back in 07 because they were the first team to go winless. So go 0-16. The Browns, though, in that 2017 year, even though I don't think you would use the Browns. Well, actually, I don't think that is even the case because they won in 2018 pretty quickly. I think they won in the third or fourth week when they transitioned to Baker Mayfield. So it might be one of those teams that was over a 2-year stretch that really sucked. I
will give you a hint.
If I'm not invited, Clancy, admittedly, I don't know who you are, but you seem like a cool guy.
Clancy works
I don't know
with Abby.
Oh, okay. All right. You seem like a cool guy. I'd invite you, but it's not my party. Oh, gal?
Yeah.
Oh.
She plays tennis with mom.
Oh. Well, cool that. You're a great gal. And you'd be a cool guy too if you were a guy. So but I don't it just got weird real quickly.
Jim got it right. Well, he got the team right. He didn't get he did say the games.
I closed the chat. So I think I'm on to something with the Lions because going 0-16, and then it's not like they were good the next year.
Nope.
Okay. So then I am the longest losing streak, correct?
It is not a Northern football team.
The Saints sucked for the longest of times. And now that you say that, and now I'm thinking it might be my Falcons at some point. The Panthers also were really bad too. I don't know. I'm actually stuck on this one. So just the longest losing streak, correct? Is that what the question is?
Well, who has the longest losing streak? How many games is it, and what team?
Well, the what team's kind of redundant, but I don't know, actually.
It is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with 26.
Well, because their first year they sucked. They went 1-14, right?
I don't know. I don't have the year. I just have the.
Yeah, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were really bad when they first started.
Yeah.
Mom would know that.
All righty.
That makes sense. All right. My Falcons actually, as of right now, with 1 minute left, are still on the clock. They are begging somebody to trade them. So with that being said, I am going to throw a question over to you.
Okay.
So let's do this. This is a fun one for you to think about. because you're a diehard Patriots fan. So in Tom Brady's record, not a record now, but in his record, 2007 single season touchdown performance, who were all the receivers or pass catchers that got a touchdown from him?
Ooh, that's a good one. So Randy Moss, obviously, Wes Welker
Yeah. Yeah.
are two. Lawrence Maroney was the running back at that time. Is he on there?
He is not.
Okay. Ooh. Was Deion Branch on those teams? Or was he traded the year before or after?
He might have been. I can tell you
Okay.
he is not on this list.
Okay. That's a really good question.
I think all of my questions. Jim Tracy, Falcons take Shador here. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised by it. I bet they do something asinine like that. And so I will say, so with my Falcons, the pick is in while Ryan's skewing over this. There's a lot of different routes they could end up going. I am personally in the route of any sort of front seven guy. Like that would just make sense. We're just trying to find that guy.
Emeka
I
Egbuka.
would love a Emeka Egbuka. Nothing against Darnell Mooney. I would love a Emeka Egbuka. I think on this team, I think he would complement Drake London so well. I think Michael Penix and him would be a great fit. I think that would be fun. I also think too that would fit the MO of the what Terry Fontenot has done with the first round pick for the Atlanta Falcons, getting these skill position players, getting guys who are game changers, so to say. Not saying that Emeka Egbuka can be a game changer, but I do also think that they've gone offensive skill position player the past 4 years. I don't see why it would be any different here, especially too with how deep this edge rushing class is. And if you're trying to find a guy who can come in and be a game like a game breaker, a guy that can come in and can make a difference. I think Emeka Egbuka would be a great complement and a guy that would fit really well within the Zach Robinson offense. I think corner could be a very solid option here as well. Go get Jahdae Barron, maybe Will Johnson as well. Get a running mate across from AJ Terrell. I think that would be very fair. So I think those are the three positions. Any other edge rushers that they like, I would be behind. I really like Emeka Egbuka. I'd get Luther Burden also too, or a cornerback, Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end,
I like it.
Georgia.
It. What sucks for Jalen Walker is we haven't drafted a successful edge rusher, so he's probably going to be a bust based off historical trends with the Falcons. But that being said, though, I get it. I like it. He's
His
also a guy
speed
who-
and versatility will be really good.
his speed and versatility, I think, is going to be huge. You know, it's. I would love for him to break the trend of us drafting edge rusher linebacker guys that are busts. I would love for him to break that. It's my one thing with this pick, and I said this in my mock draft, and I even think too. Correct me if I'm wrong. I actually think I even predicted Jalen Walker would go to the Falcons in my mock draft. I'd have to go back and double check, but I say that I like the versatility that he brings. He's not just a traditional outside edge rusher. He could develop into a linebacker, and you're going to have Caden Ellis that he can learn from to go drop back in coverage if that is going to be something that he can go and get. And I agree that he's crazy talented. I think he's super versatile. I'm going to love him in this defense and seeing what he can bring. My one thing with this pick, and this isn't a criticism against Jalen Walker, so to say. It's nothing against Jalen Walker. So I like the versatility that he brings, and even they're showing all the highlights. We've invested so much draft capital now in our front seven on the defensive line. It's just when is it too much of an overkill, so to say? And so I hope he is a generational talent. Like I really do. I'm sick and tired of talking about like the Falcons need an edge rusher. Like, yeah, no, we know that. Like we absolutely know that. So I think this is great. I think it's gonna be fun. Keeping him in Georgia, gonna be a fan favorite. I love his versatility that he brings. I think some of the other guys that I mentioned would have been awesome also to draft as well. And that's going to be the beauty of this draft And also then maybe to the demise of this draft as well. Is like, hey, this guy was available and we missed him. So with Jalen Walker, though, I really like this pick.
Yeah.
I really would have liked a lot of the picks the Falcons would have done, and this is no different.
Also, you got to love the Saints drafted Kelvin Banks, Michael Williams, and Jalen Walker dominated that game. So you gotta like the history there of a division
Yeah.
rival taking a Kelvin Banks and
Yeah.
Jalen Walker winning that matchup in the past. So no, I think this is a great pick for the Falcons. They need edge rush help. I think Jalen Walker, he's going to come in. He's going to be that outside linebacker. You also look at the modern defense and what a lot of these teams are doing. They look at that Mike McDonald like kind of replacement blitz style where you have more guys down at the line of scrimmage, and then random ones are going to drop out depending on the alignment of the offense, the play call that is given. And I think Jalen Walker gives them a lot of flexibility from that outside linebacker spot where he could be that wide 9 speed rusher, or he could be coming off and covering a flat in like a cover 2 rotation. So I think that's going to be a really fun look there and give Raheem Morris a lot of talent there as well. So
I agree with that.
Yeah, I like the pick. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Oh, it looks like the pick just came in.
Well, there might be some time, but so let's get back to what our fans really want is you answering this trivia question.
So I'm not gonna lie. So was Kyle Brady the tight end at that year? Was he one?
That is one. Good
Okay.
job.
Man,
he was one of the tight ends, I will say.
One of the tight
And I'll
ends.
tell you right now, as Jim Tracy has guessed earlier, Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski were not on the team this year. Yeah. They were both of those guys were killing it in college.
I don't know. Those are the only 3 that I can think of. That 2007 season, I was 9 years old. And so I don't.
Excuses. You're a diehard Patriots fan. Excuses.
I'm trying to remember who some of the other guys were.
It is amazing looking at these stats because some of the ones like they're all single digits. Shoot, even
was Troy Brown on that team, or did he retire by then?
He might have been on that team. He did not catch a touchdown.
If he didn't catch a touchdown, he was retired. Honestly, that's all that I can think of at the moment. It's just those 3. I'm sure you're going to say some names that I'm going to know, but
so with 6 touchdowns, so Randy Moss had 23, Wes Welker had 8, Kyle Brady had 2, Ben Watson had 6.
Yeah.
Jabbar Gaffney, who I had never heard of.
I know that name, but I didn't know that he was on that.
He had
team.
5. Dante Stallworth, he had 3.
Yeah.
I'm going to skip the next guy because he's important. Kevin Falk, he had 1 touchdown catch. And the last guy with 2 touchdown catches in the 2007 season is the Patriots' current head coach,
Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
So I actually thought about that because they run that trick play where they would run him as a tight end.
Yep.
Oh, the Cardinals pick is in.
Yep.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi. All right, so they go.
It's a good pick. I mean, that's about where I thought he would go. But yeah, I wasn't the highest on him, but a lot of people around the NFL media really liked him. So
I will just say I am 3 for 3 with the last picks as well. I did have Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker, and Walter Nolan going in the last 3 picks. And this pick to me just makes sense if you go look at what the Cardinals are trying to do. Like when you go look at this defense, they really needed help in the front 7 overall. And I had always historically gone with Kenneth Grant. But in my final mock draft, I felt like Kenneth Grant wasn't going to be the guy that's there. And if you go look at Walter Nolan and his overall versatility, I think he would fit what Arizona is trying to do in that front 7 with Jonathan Gannon as their head coach. I like this. I know you haven't been nearly as high on Walter Nolan throughout this mock draft as I have been, but he fits that kind of modern, like we talk about modern day defensive end. He almost fits that more modern day defensive tackle who would have been a
He'll
more
be
traditional defensive end 20 years ago, so to say, with
he
his size.
he will be like that 3-4
Yes.
defensive end guy. And
Yes.
and he's a great athlete for his size, especially. But I struggle with guys where a lot of their production came in one game, and he had 6 sacks this year as an interior defensive lineman, which is good, except 3 of those sacks came in one game against South Carolina. And he had a really high grade there, and he
Yeah.
graded average elsewhere. And so that's like where my big concern is with him. So I like him. I think he's a stout run defender. I just don't know if you take stout run defenders like him in the first round. But hopefully, once he gets to NFL, they can kind of unlock some of his athleticism and help him get up the field and create more pressures from the inside more.
Yeah. Well, one thing I think that's going to benefit Walter Nolan a bunch is Calais Campbell signed a 1-year deal with the Arizona Cardinals, and I love that signing because in general,
Yeah.
Calais Campbell is just still just a great football player. He's a massive human being, but for someone like this to learn from over a full season on how to conduct yourself as an NFL pro, and then you come into this situation with this Arizona offense, I think is going to take off next year, and this Cardinals defense improved significantly from the prior year, which
Yeah.
like they were horrible in 2023. In 2024, they weren't great, but they improved. And I think they're only going to keep on improving as well. I think I think he's coming into a great situation with a great head coach. And I think they're
Yeah.
going to be able to develop really well. I think Walter Nolan's is going to be a good selection for them. Let's quickly get back to what the people want overall. Actually, real quick before that, Jason, I agree with you. Where is Malachi Starks going to go? I'm curious on that also. He is one of those players as well, with him being a safety, more a traditional free safety. But I think also as well that he has a lot of versatility around that secondary. He's not a true outside corner, but he could kick into more of a nickel, so to say. Malachi Starks, he could go here with the Bengals. He could maybe fall out of the
Actually,
first round. Like that's just kind of where this draft is going. Is like as we've already seen, we've seen guys like Kelvin Banks go maybe a little bit higher than expected. Guys like Kenneth Grant, Ted McMillan go a little bit higher than maybe guys have traditionally expected. So where's Malachi Stark? Our team's gonna overvalue other positions compared to a guy who's considered more of just a true free safety, and maybe is he going to fall to the second round? In that being said, Malachi Starks, he's a great football player. He's a great ball hawk, so to say. Had a great career at Georgia. It's just going to be how other teams value him. So I think Cincinnati could be in the play here long term. If they're wanting to move on from, I'm pretty sure they're on Geno Stone still and Von Bell. Let me double check. I want to double check the Bengals secondary. So according to our lads,
yeah.
as of right now, they do have Jordan Battle as their strong safety, Geno Stone as their starting free safety. And then their nickel corner, they have Dax Hill, who they drafted in the first round as of last year. So there's opportunity maybe for them to go Malachi Starks. I do believe the Bengals are going to go defensive line here, just with some of the movement that they've had overall. Also, too, with the future, probably the almost certain impending move of Trey Hendrickson to a different team, just because I don't think the Bengals can afford them. So, but we
Yeah.
will figure that out here in a second. Let's move on though to trivia, which is what everybody truly really wants.
Am I
You're
am
on.
I up with trivia?
I think it is your turn
All
because
right.
I
We
asked
will go back
you. I've asked
to
you. I've asked you only great questions.
okay. I've
And
asked you
so
only great questions.
I agree.
So let's go. We'll go back to draft specific trivia here. So,
Okay.
which team or teams have had the most first overall picks?
Man, so this was my concern is that we would have overlapping questions because I only know this because this was one of my questions to you. Because the Indianapolis Colts and the Los Angeles Rams have both
Yeah.
had the first overall pick 7 times. Now, my question to you, actually, let's see if you wrote this down because I had this prepared. When was the last time both of those teams have had first overall picks?
Ooh. It was Peyton Manning for the
Oh,
Colts or Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck.
yeah, yeah.
And then the Rams They selected Jared Goff first overall, right?
Yeah. So that year, 2016. So
Yeah.
then follow up
Hold
question
on,
on
the
top of
Bengals
that.
are up. Sorry,
Okay.
I saw this pick already, but uh,
And real quick, Jim, you are correct. The Commanders are picking at 29. I
yeah.
think Malachi Starks would be great for that as well. Like I think Malachi Starks would be great in any defense. It's just where would he fit?
The Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Stewart, defensive end, Texas A&M.
That's my guy. I gotta say it. I love Shamar Stewart. Only had 4.5 sacks throughout his entire college career. But you look at 2024 alone. I don't know, Clancy, if you're still with us. I know you're a big A&M fan. But he had like 31 pressures in his final season there. So he has the pressure numbers. He just didn't necessarily close out all the sacks that you wanted, but went to the combine, just absolutely blew it up. And one of the things with Texas A&M's scheme that I didn't like was they, similar to what Georgia does, to be fair, they line their defensive linemen up like over the tackle, like in like a 6 technique. And that puts them in a really disadvantaged position in comparison to like a wide 9, because they really have to round that corner and have elite bend to put pressure on the quarterback. And Shamar Stewart, even though he is that great of an athlete, he's still 6'5", 267 or whatever. And so I feel like that is just a tough ask for him. So go put him across from Trey Hendrickson, give that elite talent, and like the tools are there. Let him go and just get some sacks and see if he can turn some of those pressure numbers into actual sacks. Because I think with NFL coaching and NFL scheming, I feel like those sack numbers are going to go way up.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and shit, I feel like a broken record. It's where this is one of those things. I could see why the Bengals would have gone Nick Scorton here. I could see why they would have gone. Well, I take that back. Historically, with what the Bengals have done with their defense, is I don't think they would have gone of Mike Green or Donovan Ezraku, who are more the traditional outside linebackers. I say that though. That being said, it makes sense why they would have gone any defensive lineman that they feel would have fit their scheme overall. And Shamar Stewart is that guy that would have fit their scheme more. He's more of that size of Trey Hendrickson. And so they could have gone Nick Scorton as well. I could see them going maybe James Pierce Jr. So I think it's going to be interesting with the Bengals. I think the Bengals are just a fascinating team overall over the next 3 to 5 years with how they've structured their contracts. They're almost an experiment, I think, for the league. Is what happens when you commit 40% of your cap space in a year to your quarterback and your top 2 receivers overall.
Yeah.
And so please correct me on the numbers if I'm wrong on my percentages, but if I'm remembering correctly, looking at their cap space and what they've committed to over these next several years for these guys is if you put all your money on these one players and really rely on young talent or role player like talent, how well this team does. And so I think that is going to be fascinating to see what they do. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how Shamar Stewart does with the Bengals. I can see them doing it. I can see him doing extremely well because the pressure is not going to really be on him because Trey Hendrickson, for this defense to be successful, he's going to have a sack a game on average, as he did last year, 17 and a half sacks. So if he comes in and has 8 to 10 sacks, helps with that burden, that's going to be a huge uplift for this Bengals team.
Yeah. No, I mean, Trey Hendrickson was the only pass rush that they had at all last year. So even if he comes in and can just create some pressures and maybe have some guys get some sloppy cleanup sacks, I think that's going to be a big thing for this defense. So we do have a question from Sleepy Sloth. It says, "Hey Ryan, hey Tyler, longtime commenter, first time watcher. Love the coverage. What's more likely, Sanders falling out of the first round or DJU going undrafted?"
DJU is almost
He's almost
that's
guaranteed to go undrafted, I think.
DJU is almost more certain to go undrafted than Cam Ward was to go number 1 overall.
Yeah.
So I would bet on that. Now I'm not
I
saying Sanders is going to go in the first round. Actually, I take that back. Sanders is going to go in the first round. Like the Browns will trade up to go get him. the Giants will trade up to go and
Maybe.
get him. I would. The Giants got their guy. They will gladly go and sacrifice a 5th round pick or whoever it is
Yeah,
on Shedeur
that's fair.
Sanders to go move up 6, 7, 8 picks into the
I
first
I
round
think
because
it'll be really interesting to see where what the Steelers decide to do at 21 because I feel like they have no long term answer at quarterback. Aaron
yeah,
Rodgers. Oh, the Seahawks selection is almost being made.
okay. I do think Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Steelers. I do. I
Yeah,
feel like that's going to be.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel, guard.
that's one we've mocked so much. We'll get to that
I
really
got that
quick.
one right. Oh my gosh. I've gotten the last 5 picks correct. I forgot about Shamar Stewart to the Bengals. That's awesome.
Oh, that is
Yeah,
actually well. Also, too, we're in the teens now. Like this,
we're in
these
the
are the
teens.
hard ones to get right.
I'm
But
very smart.
I do think Shedeur Sanders, if Aaron Rodgers goes to Steelers, it's going to be a 1 or 2 year deal.
Yeah,
Shedeur Sanders, I think, could be the long term option there. So I think that'll be likely that he probably goes 21 to. I'll say 29 because I believe the Commanders they only have 4 or 5 picks. They might be a potential trade back spot with with anybody who might be willing to come up for Shedeur. So thanks for the comment. Would love to see more there. Let's do you want to do some trivia?
yeah. Let's get. I think it's my turn to ask you a question. So this is a
Okay.
fun one overall, and it is draft related. But Notre Dame has going into the draft, has the most college players drafted to the NFL at 532. Who is the next non-Big
Oh.
10 SEC team on this list of most drafted players from their university?
So non-Big 10, non-SEC.
Yes, and that is included that is modern day Big 10 SEC. Who is the next team that is not in that category? And I'll give you a hint. They're 14th. 2 through 13 is either SEC or Big 10.
SEC or Big 10.
Yeah, they're 14th.
I will say I am a Georgia Tech fan. Georgia Tech is probably fairly high on that list because Georgia Tech had a very good football program for a very long time. Is that it?
No.
Okay. Is it Navy?
That's a fair guess, but no.
Okay, I'm trying to think of like historic football programs that have been having guys drafted for since 1936.
That's fair. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, Jason, your Hawks made a mediocre pick. Is it boring? Yes. Ryan, I'll answer this. You think about this pick because you're
Okay.
not going to get it. But is it boring? Yes. Is it mediocre? I don't know. Just like a lot of picks, I just like a lot of the picks that have happened over the past 8 or so. Like, is there bust potential? 100%. This draft is high bust potential for a lot of picks, but also a high level of Pro Bowl potential Hall of Famer picks as well, just because we don't know how they're going to fit into the system. If you go look at Gray Zabel and his rise, he had a great career at North Dakota State. He dominated the Senior Bowl against similar type competition. He's going to kick into guard. He's going to kick into center. And if I look at the Seahawks team, so to say, the biggest weakness, the biggest need is going to be interior offensive linemen. Now, could they have addressed that later on? Absolutely. Tate Ratledge, I think, could have been a guy. Maybe Tyler Booker fell a little bit. The Cowboys didn't make such a horrible pick at 12 overall. Maybe he would have been available. I'm just joking, Cowboys fans. Yeah, and so, but is it mediocre? I think that's a fair argument. It's definitely not sexy, but I also think too it could help this team propel to get back to divisional winning standards and making deep runs to the playoffs.
So I view offensive linemen as, and this is a analogy that I heard from a podcast that I listened to, but interior offensive lineman is like getting socks for Christmas. Uh, you need socks, and like I will wear socks that I get for Christmas. And like it's a need. It's not necessarily, you don't necessarily want socks for Christmas, but that's what I feel like interior offensive linemen are. And if you can get a high quality interior offensive lineman, I think that that is a good pick. Um, Even if, yeah, it's not the sexiest pick. The Tyler Booker one, if the Cowboys had even gone Gray Zabel, I wouldn't have been as harsh on that pick, just because I like Gray Zabel maybe a little bit more athletically. Excuse me. But yeah, also I don't know if I know the answer to your trivia question. I saw Jim Tracy said Clemson and Sleepy Sloth said FSU.
So Jim Tracy just got it correct with
Ah.
Miami. Miami is
Ah,
sitting 14th overall
that's
with
fair.
362 drafted NFL picks. And it's kind of funny to think about, like, it makes sense now that you think about it. Like when you look at well, like Notre Dame first overall makes sense. If you go look back at like 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, like Notre Dame was one of the premier college football programs in the league. And maybe they still are. But even too, it still does feel like they're pumping out offensive linemen
Yeah.
or defensive players still, every draft. And then the SEC and Big Ten just rule the roost. And this is kind of my opinion on where college football is going to go, is that eventually there'll be like a super league of essentially what is Big Ten SEC teams plus one or two others, like maybe Notre Dame or maybe Miami, so to say. So, but I do think Miami makes sense, because if you go look at those Miami teams from the 90s and those offensive linemen, those skill position players, and even to the early 2000s, one of the best college football teams ever lost to
Yeah.
Ohio State in that 2002 national championship. And you just go look at the guys that were on that team. I mean, Frank Gore's a running back, and then they have Ken Dorsey as a quarterback who got drafted. Uh,
Oh, it looks like the Buccaneers pick is up.
all right. Well, I'll look this up here.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka. Wide receiver.
Wow. They just re-signed Chris Godwin to a huge deal. Jalen McMillan was a good player last year. Mike Evans, I believe, is on contract for another 2 years. I mean, that's 4 wide receivers that are loaded.
I love the player, and I'm a Falcons fan, so take that with a grain of salt. Totally get that. I don't know if I like this pick. If I'm being like, I really like this player, what he's going to bring to the team overall, but
Well,
I questioned for a long time the re-signing of Chris Godwin. Do you want to pay this guy $20 million? Now, maybe there's outs in this contract overall. And I agree, Baker is pretty happy with that. He's going to have options. He's going to have a lot more options now, too, especially then, too, when Chris Godwin gets hurt, whenever that is, with the fluke injury, so to say. But even the argument, though, Mike Evans is eventually going to retire, doesn't really justify this pick, because Emeka Egbuka is a slot receiver. Like, he's not
and
going
they
to
just re-signed Chris Godwin to a big deal, like 22 plus million a year.
for 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe there's outs.
Maybe.
Maybe there's outs. Yeah.
I like the player. I think this is about the range where he was going to go. The fit is just odd to me. But
I there's definitely one of those picks where I don't like. I love the player. I don't like the selection, so to say. You know who's
yeah,
pissed is the Broncos. The Broncos
yeah,
are
yeah.
pissed.
Actually, the
They
Broncos.
really wanted to make Egbuka. If he was there,
Yeah.
like, they would have gotten him. But I will say this. So just to counter my point overall, trying to be open minded, is if you're the Buccaneers, who need defensive help, who need front seven help, who need secondary help, you've got that in the second and third round with your picks. Like there's gonna be guys like, what, to be fair, what is the difference between Mike Green now versus then another smaller size outside linebacker edge rusher in the second or third round? Honestly, not that much. Like it's Mike Green has risen. Is he going to be drafted before those guys? Absolutely, makes sense. But is he going to be as much of an impact overall compared to what Emeka Egbuka might bring to the team 2-3 years down the road? Maybe Jalen
Yeah.
McMillan can be that
The
guy, and him and Emeka Egbuka can move outside
the
the
sorry, go
line.
ahead.
So
The other way to look at it though is there is a pretty steep drop off at wide receiver in this
yeah,
class. You can go and get that edge rusher a little bit later.
yeah.
So all right. Good night, Jason. We
Thanks,
appreciate all the
Jason.
comments. Sleep well. So all right, let's I got a few trivia questions we can rapid fire
Well,
through a
real
couple of
quick,
these.
2001 Miami Hurricanes roster: Ken Dorsey,
Oh, this
quarterback; Clinton Portis, NFL. Now, Najee Davenport, he got drafted in the NFL, but not as big of a deal. But rounding out the running back room, Willis McGahee, Frank Gore. Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, Frank Gore in your running back room on a team. Andre
that's
Johnson
disgusting.
as a receiver. Jeremy Shockey as a tight end. Kellen Winslow as a tight end. Wild. Now, if we're looking at the defensive line, Andrew Williams, William Joseph, Jerome McDougal, Matt Walters. Admittedly, I actually don't know those. But here's a guy I do know, because this guy takes up 3 or 4 human beings as a whole. Vince Wilfork
Yeah.
was on this team as well. Jonathan Vilma, DJ Williams. You go look as well. So linebacker Dale McClover, Philip Buchanan. Now, here's where it gets really fun. Ed Reed on this team. Like, you go look at this Miami 2001 team. Like, this team was loaded. That already in and of itself is a lot of those Miami players that got drafted. And there's a
Yeah.
couple more even too that got drafted. So, but anyways, all right, throw it over to you. Quiz me.
All
Let's
right.
see how
So
far.
I'll do two really quick because you'll know one really easily. Who kicked the longest field goal in NFL history and how long was it?
Was Justin Tucker, Baltimore Ravens to the Detroit Lions
Yeah.
against the Detroit Lions? Yeah.
Yeah. How long?
60. Well, it's 66 yards.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
is what they round up to.
Yeah. All right. This one's a little bit harder. This one is a draft trivia question. In the 21st century, how many first overall picks have not been quarterbacks and who are they?
Have not been quarterbacks. Myles Garrett was a first overall pick.
That's one.
That's one. Trayvon Walker was a first overall pick.
That is
That was
two.
one. That's I'm gonna miss some in the 2000s. I know I'm gonna miss some of those in 2000s, but even to if we're going back, so last year was Caleb Williams. The year before that was Bryce Young. The year before that was Trayvon Walker. The year before that was Trevor Lawrence. The year before that was Joe Burrow. 2019 was, I want to say, Kyler Murray,
Yep, that's right.
because 2018 was Baker Mayfield.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm looking at Jim Tracy's comment. Thank you. The year I worked at the Hall of Fame was the year Jadeveon Clowney was drafted in 2014.
Oh, hold on. So you have three: Myles Garrett, Trayvon Walker, Jadeveon Clowney.
All edge rushers, to be
Yes.
exact, actually.
Sorry. It looks like they were going to the stage, but they were not.
So Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, 2019, 2018, 2017 would have been Myles Garrett. 2016 was Jared Goff. 2015, who sucked that year? Probably the Browns. 2012 was Andrew Luck. I only remember that from our trivia question earlier.
So
2015 was Cam Newton
yes.
to the Panthers. So that's the quarterback.
So you have three edge rushers. Think trenches while we go. I believe they're about to announce the Broncos pick.
Go ahead. Is that a little person, as mom would say, in the Broncos? It's okay. No one's watching us outside of family.
Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to mute that while they go through the ad spiel just to prevent us from getting flagged.
I like how you said ad field during, and he was talking about the Make-A-Wish.
Well, but I don't want to leave it on for too long because it is a promotion and the NFL has copyright laws, so we can only use we can only use X amount of time of
That's
the
fair.
broadcast. So I don't want to.
That's a fair point. So I've got 3 so far,
Okay.
and
so
there's definitely an offensive lineman in there somewhere.
There's 2. Maybe 3. I don't know who one of them is.
20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Well, that's a good pick.
Overall.
That's a nasty secondary. You have Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, and now Jahdae Barron, who can play pretty much wherever.
Well, and he's a guy too that he could play nickel or he could play free safety. So I like the versatility overall on what you're. It's just a high quality player into that backfield. Know.
So there's you have the 3 edge rushers.
How many am I missing overall?
4.
So I'm missing 4. And all 4 are in the trenches overall, or is there one receiver?
They all should be in the trenches. There's one guy who I actually don't know.
That's not good. So he didn't have a good career.
He's an edge rusher. So they're all in the trenches.
Oh, one guy's Mario Williams to the
that is 4
Texans in 2006.
Yeah.
So then other trenches, Jonathan Ogden,
nope.
the Ravens, but he might have been in the 90s. Joe Thomas wasn't a first round pick, or wasn't a first overall pick. He was
the second pick to Mario Williams, I think.
Yeah. Other tackles.
So
I know?
You'll know 2 of them. The last one I don't know if you'll actually know who he is. Do you want me to tell you?
Pick? Yeah, tell me that one. Who's that?
Courtney Brown.
And what year?
It was.
That would have been 2000 and 2002.
Yeah, it was 2000.
To the Broncos?
No,
the Browns.
Yeah,
he went to the Browns. Yeah. So that's what I should have known.
So the other 2, you will know.
What years? Help me out with the years.
I don't know. I don't have the years.
Well, that definitely doesn't help me.
It was between now and 2000.
Thank
you.
Yes,
Clancy, you are allowed to help. You are allowed to help.
I'm not looking at the chat. So I've gotten. Well, I didn't get Courtney Brown. I did get that he got drafted by the Browns, but you helped me out by saying he didn't have a good career. So that helped it out a significant amount. Actually, didn't Courtney Brown? Did he get hurt on like the first play, training camp, or he?
I don't remember
that, or he murdered somebody, but he did not have a good career with the Browns, obviously. And I'm probably totally wrong on the latter part, so apologies about that. So the 2 tackles.
Yes, Clancy, that is one of them. You can. He had 2 other brothers that played in the NFL. One of them won a Super Bowl with the New England Patriots as a defensive end.
Are they still playing?
No. His dad is a Hall of Famer. This player's brother won a Super Bowl with the Patriots, and then in the next year, he won the Super Bowl with the Eagles, and then retired. The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. This could be Shedeur Sanders. This is the first spot where I've really looked at it and have been, this is Shedeur. So, all right, hold on. We'll go here.
I will say, going to Shedeur, if they don't pick him here, A team's gonna have to trade up for him to go and get him.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon. And the reaction from the crowd.
I mean, I
get
like
it.
the pick. I get it.
I-
I just Shador.
I get it.
It was
Well,
not
no, but-
JJ Watt, Damon.
It's not JJ Watt. No, JJ Watt went. I don't think he went in the top 10 actually when he got drafted.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest. So actually, I will say, going back to this draft real quick, there's only been one trade.
Yeah, there's only been one trade, and it was the Jags.
The
to
Jags Browns. Okay.
Yeah. So this was the draft I thought we would get with no trades, but
I can see that. We were close to it.
so his brother now has a podcast too that he does. Very tatted up.
I'm thinking of Taylor Lewan. So, but
No.
what's his?
It is not Taylor Lewan.
I give up. Let's move on.
Okay. It was Jake Long is the tackle, and then Eric Fisher was the other one.
The Kansas City Chiefs drafted him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Jake Long. I forgot. What year was that?
It's like 2009.
Jake Long did win a Super Bowl because he was a backup, right? For the Eagles. Yeah. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then Eric Fisher, I don't know if he actually ever won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs.
No. Because the Chiefs won a Super Bowl very early on, and then when they won it with Pat Mahomes. So
yeah,
he did. Dang, that was a good one. And so,
all right, you are up, sir, on the trivia.
All right, let's see here. Chargers. Okay, I'll do this one. Knock this one out because the fans kind of commented on this one a little bit, but because I got 6 different players that could fit in this range, but I'm going to do a different set of 3 because this is the over-under game. There's going to be 3 essentially over-unders, to say. And the first question is going to be, I'm going to give you the player and the over-under on how many rushing yards they had. Then I'm going to give you another player, and did they have more rushing yards than the prior player? And then the third player is, are they going to be lower, in between, or over both of those players? So,
so this is like right butts.
Pretty much. First question: Ben Roethlisberger, in his NFL career, did he have over or under 1,100 rushing yards?
Over.
Okay, good job. So, to be exact, to help out with the next question, he had 1,373 rushing yards. Tom Brady,
less.
Did he have? Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
You're correct. He had 1,123 rushing yards.
I remember
Brees, did he have less than both those guys, in between both of those guys, or over both of those guys?
See, I feel like this is a trick question. I feel like the answer is in between. I'm going to go with in between.
You are incorrect.
Oh.
On that one.
Over.
You are incorrect.
Oh, under. Wow.
Drew Brees had 752 career rushing yards.
Wow.
So that was not as exciting as I thought it would be, because you were right 2 of the 3. So Ben Roethlisberger having 1,373 career rushing yards was mind-boggling to me.
I remember Tom Brady in like his last or second to last season with the Patriots. He finally crossed 1,000 career rushing yards. So at the end of the game, they were kneeing out the clock, and so he snapped the ball, and then he kind of like lunged forward for like another yard.
Okay.
so he didn't go to 999.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I do feel like we need to talk about the Steelers pick here a little bit, just because they went with Derek Harmon, who's a very good defensive tackle, led all interior defensive linemen in pressures this past season. So very good player there. Elephant in the room, they did not pick Shedeur Sanders. So I think it's going to be really intriguing to kind of see where he ends up now.
Well, what's going to happen? The Browns are going to trade up for him. or the Giants are going to trade up for him. That's what's probably going to happen overall. Maybe he falls out. I don't know.
Maybe.
But to Derek Harmon specifically, and also particularly to kind of what we talked about with the San Francisco 49ers, with the Cincinnati Bengals, is now you have defensive line help for your star defensive end. Derek Harmon was a guy, he had 43 pressures in the past season. And also, too, to be frank, that is Oregon. And it's a unique season because it's a Pac 12 team, admittedly, a Pac 12 team going to the Big Ten, which historically the Big Ten has had also been very stout in the offensive line trenches in the way that they play football. And for him to still go and get 43 pressures, I think is impressive. So now you translate that to the NFL. And I think you have this guy that can get a lot of interior pressure. I think a lot of it maybe is self-generated. And you compare that now to what Pittsburgh Steelers really like to do with TJ Watt. And then you have Alex Highsmith as well. Then you even have Cameron Hayward, who's coming towards the end of his career. Absolutely. Yes. But still, I think you have this next guy, I think that can go and develop and can be that Pittsburgh Steelers type of football, so to say. So I think it's going to be interesting. I think nothing too, if we're taking a deeper step forward, I think the Steelers then are confident that Aaron Rodgers is going to be the quarterback for them.
Yeah.
And so
Most likely.
that was one thing I was wanting to touch on too, because it's very easy to pick on Rodgers and the personality of the guy. Supposedly there are things that are going on in his personal life that he's managing overall. And at the same time too, as well, I get why the Steelers wouldn't want to wait on him. So if that is the case, to move on and make a quarterback decision. I also think too as well they need to go and make a quarterback decision for the future, just in general. It looks like they're going to do that in the second or third round. But that being said, Aaron Rodgers is beholden to nobody. Nobody's beholden to anybody, is what I say. So he can take his sweet time. Now, that being said, there's consequences because if the Steelers are like, hey, we need to move on, but also too, if there's like a kind of a handshake agreement, like, hey, look, I'm probably going to sign this deal, but I need to figure some stuff out first. The Steelers made the decision to wait on him. Aaron Rodgers made the decision to hope the Steelers wait on him, and it looks like they are as of right now because the Steelers don't have a second round pick. They traded that for DK Metcalf. They only have a third round pick overall, so a lot of those top quarterbacks are going to be gone. So we'll have to kind of wait and see what happens overall. But I'm still under the opinion that Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Steelers quarterback for the 2025 season. I think that he is, and I think he has every right to take his time. I mean, dude's a future first ballot Hall of Famer. The Steelers, I think, would love to have him on his team, especially too if you go look at what Rodgers did last year statistically, especially in the second half of the season. I think it's going to be very interesting on what an Aaron Rodgers led offense could do in Pittsburgh, especially with DK Metcalf at the quarterback position and George Pickens back there as well. Pat Fryermuth as the running back. You're going to have Derek Harmon as running back. And so, no, I'm just joking overall. But they will draft a running back. Their 83rd pick is probably going to be a running back based off what the Steelers have done historically. So, I see the Chargers pick is in. Let's see if we can get. Is it my turn to get a question over to you? Okay, well here.
No, actually, I think it's mine. You just did the
Yep.
I forget.
It's your turn. Go ahead.
All right. Let's do this one. This is a hard one though. Tom Brady has 7 Super Bowl rings. Which player has the second most Super Bowl rings? I do not expect you to know this. This is just a.
Well, it's kind of like one of those. Who's the guy that played for? There's a guy in the NBA that bounced around a bunch that has like the most.
So he is one of those guys. He played for the 49ers and the Cowboys in the 90s. So.
Well, it's not Deion Sanders, even though he did play for both of those teams.
No, it is not Deion.
Well, I feel like it's a defensive guy, like a defensive linebacker.
No, I believe it was an offensive lineman. I'll give you the answer because this is a tough one. But
Go
it's
ahead.
Charles Haley.
Yep.
He was an offensive lineman, 2 rings with San Francisco and 3 rings with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep, never would have got it. I thought there was a
Yeah.
defensive player that had 5 or 6 also that bounced around, but, all right, I'll throw one over to you.
All right.
New England Patriots, throughout its history, from when the modern day NFL started, have been in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Super Bowls. Who have been the opposing quarterbacks that they have played against?
So Brett Favre, Jim McMahon, Eli Manning was 2, Nick Foles. Hold on, the Chargers are coming out.
Yep.
Off the draft board prior to this pick.
So,
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
so real quick, hold on. So I have Eli Manning, Brett Favre, Jim McMahon.
Those are correct.
So that's 4 of the 10.
Or 11. I forget. But yeah.
Nick Foles was the other.
Yeah.
Then Jake Delhomme, Donovan McNabb, Kurt Warner,
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, and Jared Goff.
You're missing one.
I know who this quarterback would be.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I actually can't believe
Matt
you're
Ryan. Matt Ryan.
Yeah, like I can't believe that's the one that you would forget.
Well, so I was going through, but I was trying to go in chronological order, and then sorry.
No, you're good.
the-
I'm honored, honestly.
That Super Bowl was just so forgettable.
Yes, I agree. Well, it's in my subconscious somewhere.
Yeah, well, but that was one like I was going through because the first ones I remember were the ones that they lost, and
I'm
then
not
I was
gonna
going
lie.
through.
I honestly would have thought Jake Delhomme would have been the one that
No,
screwed you up.
that was the Panthers one, but that was like Jake Delhomme, I remember played the game of his life. Like that was like a 33-31 victory or something like that. Like it was a
Yeah.
close game. Okay, I'll go next.
Well, real quick, let's talk about Omarion Hampton. This is a dude
Okay.
that you love, just because
Yes.
you've also seen him play live, and him going to the Chargers.
Yes.
I mean, I love that fit.
Oh, I think it's a good
I
fit.
love that
They did
fit.
just sign Najee Harris, so that'll
Yeah, it
be
means
a running
nothing.
back tandem.
Well, it goes back
well, it
to
was
what
also
we
to a
talked
1-year
about.
deal.
But it also goes to what we were talking about, though, overall, on where teams now seem to be going with the running backs. Like, hey, let's get studs, but we're going to use them 60% of the time, 40% of the time.
Yeah.
You know, so they have that longevity overall.
Yeah.
So,
I like the fit. Harbaugh loves to run the football. They ran the ball a ton with J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. And so, but the big problem there was Dobbins got injured. The run game kind of fell off. Like it wasn't the most consistent run game there. So
Yeah.
I think that was a good pickup there for Najee Harris and then also for Omarion Hampton. But good power back, super explosive, one of the most physical runners in this draft class. He has a highlight. They're on like they're in the low red zone. They're on like the 5 or the 6 yard line. I've talked about this in a bunch of our videos, so you know what I'm about to say. But he literally hurdles the offensive line because one of the guards fell on the ground, takes on the contact while in the air, pushes the linebacker back just through sheer force, lands, and then drives his feet and gets into the end zone. So really impressive physical specimen. Where he lacks is he's just not the most creative runner. He can sometimes get lost in the scuffle in the scrum of a offensive line. So have to see kind of how that translates to the next level, but I think definitely worth a first round pick here. So
I agree.
You ready to do another trivia question?
Let's do another trivia question before the Packers pick is in.
So who is the most recent first overall pick to win Rookie of the Year?
the most recent first, first overall pick to get Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
So, not Caleb Williams, not
Nope.
Bryce Young, not
Nope.
Trayvon. I don't believe Trayvon Walker. Trevor Lawrence, no. Joe Burrow got hurt. Kyler Murray could potentially be out there. Baker Mayfield didn't play. Not really. 2017 would have been Myles Garrett. That one's a legit one. Jared Goff, 2016, no. 2015, I'm trying to remember 2015. 2012, I think it's going to be Andrew Luck actually at 2012 because what he did with that Colts team was
It is not.
that Colts team sucked.
Jim
Cam
Tracy
Newton,
got it. Jim Tracy got it correct.
2015.
Yeah, it is Cam Newton.
Dang
Yeah.
it. I was close.
It-
I said, and then I thought Andrew Luck, and I was like, no, I think it's going to be Andrew Luck actually. Who won
Yeah.
Rookie of the Year 2012 now with Andrew Luck?
I have no idea.
It would be 2013 Rookie of the Year.
No, it should be 2012. Robert Griffin III.
Oh, that makes sense because it went Andrew Luck, then RG3, and
Yeah.
RG3 had that stellar year. Crud.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Well, hey, I got to take a quick break
Okay.
to go to the restroom. So I will be right back. Talk to the comments. I'll be right back.
All right. Sounds good. Comments have slowed down a little bit. Leave a comment and I will try to answer. How's your night going, Jim Tracy? While I wait for the comments to come through, I'm going to go back. Looks like the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. Will Johnson is still on the board, the top corner. We have not had a cornerback come off the board. James Pierce Jr., edge rusher. Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, a lot of edge rushers still on the board there. One of the things that I think is really interesting just about this first round draft, I'm just going to kind of ramble while Tyler is gone, but one of the things that I find really interesting is it is a copycat league, and we look at what Philadelphia was able to do in the Super Bowl and just kind of throughout the season, and they were able to win in the trenches. I think it's really interesting to see just how many offensive and defensive linemen have gone. Hi, my beautiful fiance has brought me another drink. Oh, she wants to remain conspicuous. Tyler's at the bathroom right now, so we're taking a break. Well, not I'm still live, but I'm just talking now. So you want to make an appearance? No? You shy? Okay, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry, but you want to come around? There's a whole 6 people watching, and one of them is my father. Oh, Tyler's back now. You lost your chance. Oh yeah, who was that? Is that your mom? Who was it? Garrett? Oh, okay.
Is that Sleepy Sloth? Is that who we're talking about?
Yeah, Sleepy Sloth is Garrett.
That makes sense. Now that we think about it. So I loved his opening comment, like long time commenter, first time listener. I'm like, logistically, how does that work? Like,
My dad
because
says
it's
hi.
possible, I guess.
Jim Tracy said, going well. Colts fans seem happy with the Warren pick. Our D front was sieve at times, though, so hoping for help there. Well, good news for the Colts. Oh, looks like the Packers are making their selection. Hold on.
To make this historic pick, please give it up for first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion, Packers President and CEO, Mark Murphy. Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere. Isn't it unbelievable? For bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, that they're
Just in this day and age.
We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football.
All right, dude, we get it. Say the
The
text.
23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver. Listen to this crowd. Oh, baby. Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas.
Whoa.
Aaron Rodgers is
That's
pissed.
That's the shock. Aaron Rodgers is signing with the NFL tonight.
Yeah.
Actually, do the Steelers and the Packers play?
I don't
this
know.
year?
But real quick before we talk about that, I was about to answer Jim Tracy's question. So the one thing about the Warren pick is that this is a really deep defensive line and edge class. So hopefully the Colts can get some talent there later in the draft. So I like the Warren pick. I think it's good for the Colts. Let's get into Matthew Golden, who I honestly thought would go higher. He's the third wide receiver off the board. Emeka Egbuka went 19 to the Bucks, and then we had Ted McMillan go 10 to the Panthers, 8 to the Panthers. But yeah, all in all, I mean that's a shocking pick. They never invest heavily in the wide receiver position.
The Steelers are hosting the Packers this year. Rodgers is 100% going to come back and be like, F you, Packers. I'm going to show you. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Once again, I'm not going to lie. I kind of discarded the Packers drafting a receiver in the first round just because they hadn't done it in 2 decades.
I know, yeah.
They hadn't done it. And I think Matthew Golden kind of fits. Well, I don't know. He seems kind of like a chameleon because like he could play outside. You could move him into X. He's got the speed. We saw what he did at Texas. Isaiah Bond was supposed to be the guy at Texas this year that Quinn Ewers and the offense really relies on, and he ended up being the guy. And what we've seen with the Packers offenses is they rely on a lot of motion, a lot of scheming, getting guys open with speed, and Matthew Golden's got that speed. So, and to be fair to what we've been saying about other teams as well, is that like, hey, if you're looking for defensive line help, you can get it in the second round. You can get it in the third round. What's the difference between Mike Green, James Pierce Jr., guys that are still on the board, to guys you're going to get in the second round? You know?
Yeah.
So
no, exactly.
I get it. Like I like the player. I think I'm more shocked that the Packers actually did something that they should have done maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that I'm a little blown away right now. I think this is a great pick, but I also think they have Jaden Reed, they have Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson. I know there's injury concerns, and I believe he tore his ACL at the end of the year there as well.
He did. Yeah.
So they have a good tight end, a young tight end duo. So I also want to say, how cool of a feeling is it to get drafted to the Packers in like right outside of Lambeau? Like that's pretty cool. So
yeah.
I like the fit. I think Jordan Love it clearly has stated himself as a franchise quarterback. And I mean, look, we'll have to see, but I'm really curious what that like wide receiver room is going to be able to do, because I think that's a really exciting pick for this franchise.
I like it. No, it's going to be interesting. I'm curious on So now I'm thinking fantasy. I'm curious on his overall value because I think one thing the Packers need is like a clear number one guy, and Matthew Golden can be that. Can pan out to be that guy. That's why they drafted him in the first round. But I say that specifically though is when you look at their offensive system, it's definitely a receiver by committee type of situation, similar to like to running back by committee as well. Jaden Reed could have a 150-yard game, and then Romeo Dobbs could have that game. And now Matthew Golden can be that game. And I think one thing that's really been lacking this offense is that number one guy that Jordan Love can lean on. And maybe they found something with Matthew Golden. We'll have to kind of wait and see. He turned into that guy at
Yeah.
Texas for Quinn Ewers to lean on. So it's going to be interesting. Like with a lot of these picks that we've seen so far, I like the pick overall, but it's just how is he going to fit overall into the system? So let's get back to what the fans really want here and trivia questions overall. Is it my turn to ask you a question?
Yeah, I believe so. I left it off with the Cam Newton one.
Okay. So let's do a similar thing to what I did with the quarterback rushing yards, but now let's do receiving receptions here now at this point. So Randy Moss, did he have, and he's fourth overall when it comes to receiving yards total in the NFL. Did he have more or less than 1,000 receptions?
More.
You are incorrect.
He had less? Wow.
He had
I mean, I guess
982 receiving yards. Sorry, catches. My bad.
Oh wow. They already announced the Vikings pick. The Vikings went
God.
Donovan Jackson.
Hey, we talked about that. Donovan Jackson's a guy rose up. I think our draft boards is a guy we really like because of his versatility. And if you want to look at a guy
The New York Giants are on the clock.
traded with the Houston Texans, Shador
Yep.
Sanders. So
Yeah,
I think
it's got to be Shador.
it's got to be Shador. Got to be Shador. So real quick, let's talk about Donovan Jackson. He's a guy traditionally left guard for his vast majority of his career overall. And then Josh Simmons, left tackle at Ohio State, got hurt against Oregon, kicked over to left tackle and held his own. Not great. Not phenomenal at left tackle, but not poor, so to say. And he's got a national championship ring now to go along with it. And so I think Donovan Jackson here going to Minnesota, continuing to beef up that offensive line for your rookie quarterback in JJ McCarthy, kick him in at left guard. I really like that. Really like what they've done overall this offseason, the Minnesota Vikings, getting Ryan Kelly, getting Will Fries over from the Indianapolis Colts. And now you're adding on a future left guard, if not already your starting left guard in Donovan Jackson. And then you have Christian Darrisaw on one side. Then you have Ryan O'Neal, I think is your right tackle, I
Yeah.
believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got your offensive line now. You re-signed Aaron Jones, veteran running back. Maybe they'll go running back again in this draft in a deep running back class to get some youth back there to help out overall. But liking what I'm seeing overall now with the New York Giants on the clock, trading with the Houston Texans, still waiting to see what the draft capital was that went into that trade. Ryan, I don't know if you've seen that yet overall.
I have not seen it yet.
Okay. I'm sure they will show us, but I think it's between Jackson Dart or Shador Sanders. I would be shocked if Jackson Dart. Shocked is a strong word. I would pick Shador over Jackson Dart.
With how involved the Giants have been with Shador Sanders throughout this draft process, I think is I would be a little shocked if they went with Jackson Dart over Shador. But
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, let's real quick while we wait for the Giants to announce that they picked Shador Sanders. Let's get back to the trivia really fast.
All right. So Randy Moss, less than 1,000 receptions.
Less.
He had 982. Let's do Tony Gonzalez. More or less receptions than Randy Moss. And he was 6 on the all-time receiving yards. Just saying. Which is actually
I'll go less.
Okay. So go less than
Yeah,
982 receptions?
Yeah, I'll go less.
You are incorrect.
Oh, he had more. Okay.
Yeah. Tony Gonzalez had 1,325 receptions throughout his career, and actually third overall in total receptions. And this was actually a really interesting statistic because it actually, to me, really changed my mind when they say who's the greatest tight end in the league. You can look at these stats for Tony Gonzalez.
Good job, Jim. You copy and pasted Adam Schefter's tweet.
Yeah. Thank you, Jim.
Giants get pick 25, Texans get pick 34, 99, and a 2026 third.
I like it. I like it.
So
Tony Gonzalez, going back to that, when you look at the legit, like who's the best tight end ever, it's hard to pass up when you're the number one tight end in receiving yards, and number one tight end in receptions, and at the same time too, you're 6th overall in receiving yards and 3rd overall when it comes to overall receptions, which is wild to think about at 1,325. So, final question: over, under, or in between Larry Fitzgerald?
ooh. I feel like Larry's got to be over. Larry's like the ultimate possession receiver.
Over Tony Gonzalez or over Randy Moss?
Both.
You are correct.
Okay.
Larry Fitzgerald is 2nd on the all-time reception list and yards list, actually. He's got 1,432 receptions. And it's amazing, too. He has 17,492 receiving yards, and he's not even close to Jerry Rice. 5,000 and some change less. 5,400 yards less than Jerry Rice.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And 117 receptions less, which is actually like that's amazing. Like that's another season when it comes to receptions. Like that's a great season if you have that many receptions in a year. So all right. Your turn.
Okay. I think I did. All right. I think we have time. It doesn't look like they're going right to the stage. But who are the only left-handed starting quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl?
Only starting left-handed quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl. How many are there?
2.
Steve Young is 1.
Yes. This guy is a Hall of Famer, I will say.
Yeah, I figured. Thank you for that information.
Well, there are quarterbacks that have won that.
Left-handed, so Hall of Famer, means he's older. The name that's coming to my mind right now is Fran Tarkenton, but I can't remember if he's right or left-handed. But I also actually don't think he's won a Super Bowl.
Nope.
With the Vikings.
It is not Fran Tarkenton.
So he was clearly right-handed.
I think the NFL's having trouble with the stream because my stream keeps freezing.
The pick is in for the Giants. Left-handed.
Traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi. So it is the Eagles quarterback, Jackson.
Wow. Wow. What did I say a second ago? Like I think I took back being shocked, but like I would be surprised.
That is whoa.
This definitely.
All right, hold on. Atlanta Falcons are on the clock.
What?
Yeah, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock.
What did we give up? We had like no draft picks. Man, did we give up future picks? We better get a future Hall of Famer here. What the heck is going on?
Okay, hold on. Jackson Dart just went over
What do we trade? Go up 4 spots.
Wow.
So
Wow.
I like he's got the. It makes me really wonder if teams are very concerned about Shador Sanders' arm strength overall.
Maybe. So here's the thing with Shador, and like we talked a little bit about this. He doesn't have like the greatest arm, but like Mac Jones went 15th overall. He has a better arm than Mac Jones does. He has a better arm than Kenny Pickett, who went 20th. This is where I feel like other teams are concerned about the press, I guess, of the Sanders last name. And I feel
No,
like even then,
I'll push
there
back
have
on
been
that.
other guys that have been taken that are sons of NFL players. I thought Shador Sanders was the clear number 2 quarterback in this class. I thought there was a clear drop off.
So
That's a little shocking to me.
I'll push back on the press only just because it's like when you're a first overall pick, there's already going to be so much press that kind of comes around this. There's going to be so much also national press that kind of comes around this as well. We've also seen, and I'm not saying anything about any other past players, but we've seen other guys who have gotten drafted that have had warrants out for their arrest.
No, I know, but
So I think when it comes to the press, I'm just saying it's like just because Sanders is his last name isn't going to stop a team, I think, from drafting him because of press concerns or like what that might
oh,
look
you're
like.
gonna hate the Falcons trade.
I um
You're gonna hate the Falcons trade.
I'm very nervous about this. You already saw it. The pick is
Yeah,
in.
I just saw it.
I swear to God, if it's Shador Sanders,
It is not Shador Sanders. I don't know
okay?
I don't know who they picked. I just saw what they gave up for it. Do you want me to tell you?
Don't look at what the Falcons trade. Did we trade away a first?
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
did.
no. We traded away a first.
The Falcons get the number 26 pick and pick 101, and they gave away pick 46 in the 2026 first and the 2025 seventh.
Well, the 7th round pick is unacceptable. Trade away 2021 first. So who do we get then?
I don't know yet. The pick is in.
So what I'm thinking is like it would have been for like Luther Burden, like somebody that could come in and be that guy. There's also some cornerbacks, like if we got a Will Johnson. My concern is giving up the 2026 first, but you can't think into the future too much. But like that was my concern I saw we traded into the first round. It's like we gave up a decent bit because we've got nothing to trade overall, and the Rams just got a first round pick, potential top 10 pick next year.
All right. The selection is being made. Are you nervous?
Yeah.
To the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh yeah.
With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee. So the team that needed pass rush has now absolutely checked the box.
Garrett.
Getting picked 32 next year. Absolutely. I love your thought process there, sleepy sloth.
I'm sorry, man. That's a bad move.
I had to mute for a second. We gave a first round pick. No offense for like to James Pierce Jr. But I mean, I guess
My only thing is like Mike Green, James Pierce were still on the board.
well,
You could have gotten a guy, Donovan Ezaraku. You could have gotten a guy at 48 and just not given up the capital.
I mean, I guess it's like if they truly love this guy, like James Pierce and Mike Green and all those guys were not going to make it to 46, which where the next pick was. It kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier on, where we've already invested a lot of draft capital into the front seven. Now, that being said, now we have invested 2 first round capital
Yeah.
into this
You guys
pick.
you guys better have a top 10 pass rush
Oh,
next
we
year.
we better. I mean, and then we don't have a first round pick next year now. Well, I mean, and
Well,
of course, it would be the 32nd pick, as Sleepy Sloth said. My more muting myself and screaming is just the risk that kind of comes involved into it. But I did say this earlier on about now. Of course, I was talking about Abdul Carter is like if you give up future picks to go and get some of the top guys in this class, and so there is maybe a thought process around like, hey, let's just throw everything at the wall and eventually something's going to stick. So now you have Jalen Walker on one side, you're going to have James Pierce Jr. on the other, you're going to have Arnold Ebiketie, you're going to have then also to Braylon Trice, who you drafted last year. So it's like addressing the front seven is going to be a huge, huge concern and need that they need to fix. I'm trying to justify it. I'm not saying
yeah.
this is one of those things. I'm not going to dislike either of these picks until the 2027 draft when we get a good full year or 2 to
So,
evaluate both of these players.
I will say last year we did not like the Penix pick right off the bat. It ended up panning out and working well for the Falcons,
Yeah.
because Penix looks like your future franchise quarterback. That's just that to me, that's a lot. Now, oh man, that's tough. I don't know. I just the first pick next year, I struggle with because you're really not coming up like you're coming up. What is that? 20 spots.
Yeah.
You're getting a third rounder, a compensatory third round pick this year. Also, I don't know. I
I
struggle. I'm struggling
so
with
this
it.
goes to where we were talking about the us being our YouTube expertise, which is invaluable really to everybody watching, versus then like what they talked about in the room. And it's like to Jim Tracy's point, they must love Pierce's speed. They must loved his value and what he'd bring, and then him being there at 26 overall. I like.
Yeah.
Let me say this: I actually don't mind us trading up to go and get him. It's just we don't know what our first round pick is going to be next year. That's the big
Yeah.
thing. Like that. That's the big question mark for this pick. If we gave up 3 or 4 more draft picks this year, which we didn't have, I'm saying in a hypothetical, to move up to go get James Pierce Jr., I'd be aggressive. Right? Like I would like it. Be like, hey, if we like this guy, let's go get this guy. What value and what's the actual long-term odds of a 5th or 6th round pick actually panning out for us? If we
No,
give away
I
multiple of those.
agree.
It's
But
the first round pick. It's
yeah.
we're banking on, and I guess really think about it, the long-term goal is we're essentially trading a late first round pick now in hopes for a late first round pick next year. That's what the goal is. And if that's what it ends up being for, and James Pierce Jr. pans out to be that guy, then I could get it. We have gotten 2 really explosive, quick edge rushers that have gotten a lot of first round praise overall. So the big question mark as I'm talking this out and as I'm trying to calm down is just giving up the first round pick next year. That's just the
Well,
biggest thing.
so the other way to view this is it's a problem for next year, and you get James Pierce now. You like hopefully this solves your guys' pass rush woes, which to be fair was much better
In
at
the
the end
second
of the
half
season.
of the year.
Yeah, in the second half
Well,
of the
what's
season.
funny too
So
about it, and this is where the Jalen Walker pick actually kind of comes in, is it was much better when we got much more aggressive with our
yeah,
linebackers.
yeah.
And that's where Jalen Walker's expertise, I think, is going to come in. And that versatility and that athleticism is the ability to like, hey, we don't know if he's going to be blitzing or not, but he's got that athleticism to blow up the offensive line. Maybe put him at edge rusher, maybe move him around. I think that's where Jalen Walker's speed and expertise is going to come in. While James Pierce Jr. is going to be that much more traditional uh, outside linebacker, edge rusher type role. So
Yeah.
we'll have to wait and see. This is all, as as the big concern with everybody, and kind of the shock value of this overall
Well, just the last
is
10 minutes as a
oh, I
whole.
know Jackson Dart trade, and then trading up the first round for the Falcons fan for James Pierce Jr. It's the shock more is giving up the first round pick next year. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
And it's very easy for us to question James Pierce Jr. Is he worth a future first round pick? And I guess now we just have to hope that we're wrong and they're right.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
So,
Um,
the Ravens pick is in. Pull it up.
yeah. Let me see. I noticed they haven't been doing the jingle this year. You know what I'm talking about?
That might be a day 2, day 3 thing. So,
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back.
It's a good pick. I mean, add to that secondary, but they have Kyle Hamilton. Now you have Malachi Starks. That's a great safety duo. And then you invested in who's the kid from Clemson last year?
Nate Wiggins.
Yeah, Nate Wiggins. You still have Marlon Humphreys. But yeah, so I like that pick. I think that's just a good. It's a double. It's not a home run. It's just a double, but it's good value.
It's good value. My only thing with this is I feel like it might be maybe a little bit of overlap with what they've got with Darius Washington and Kyle Hamilton. But that being said, though, it's just another great secondary guy that you can really mix up your schemes with. And as you're showing here, like the highlights are showing now of Malachi Starks is they're lining him up at nickel. I think he could play in free safety also too. So that's where I think you can move him up into the box. I think, which would be very extremely interesting. He's just a super athletic guy with great ball skills. So
yeah, oh yeah,
I think once again, if you go look at this Ravens team, and they were one of the worst pass defenses in the league last year, and a lot of that was the first half of the season, to be fair. But I also think too, this is going to be something that the Ravens. I think it's like, hey, we can just blitz 4 knowing we've got some of the best protection. In fact, or even more, we can blitz 5 or 6, knowing these guys are so smart and they're going to be in their lanes and can cover everything with their great athleticism and ball hawking capability. So I think it provides a lot of versatility for this Ravens defense.
Yeah, no, I like this pick. I think it's good value. This is I think we're starting to get into the teams now that are kind of separating themselves from the teams that were picking earlier. And a lot of these teams, even though it is a little bit of an overlap, they're taking the best player that's on their board. So I think that Malachi Starks fits the bill. He's an improvement over what they already have, and I like what they're putting forth. So
I like it.
Lions do need a player that will not get injured. Yeah. And
that is
yeah,
a big if.
The Falcons do need to win the division, I feel like, this year for this to have paid off. So all right,
I think that, just real quick with that Falcons, I think there's a legitimate argument that if they don't win the division, you move on to a new GM.
Yeah, Terry Fontenot might be.
I think that's very a fair argument. We'll have to see how these guys pan out. GMs are going to be totally different than head coaches. But at the same time, though, too, there have been several moves that have been questionable. Some have paid off, yes, but there's also been guys that they have missed in the process as well. To kind of wait and see. Maybe GM gets a little bit longer leash just because you need guys to pan out. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. So
yeah,
but let's move on to trivia.
So hold on, you're still my question is still out. So who are the only 2 left-handed starting quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl? You got Steve Young, and there's one other that you have not gotten yet. I can give you a hint, but it's probably going to give it away.
Was it pre? It was pre-2000, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want my hint?
No, because it's going to give it away, because you're going to say probably what team it what team he was on?
Nope.
And
It's about his nickname.
well, so the name before we even get to this, I can't remember if Joe Namath was lefty, but that was the name that was coming to my mind.
Nope. It is not Joe Namath.
Okay. It was pre-2000, lefty. All right, what's the hint?
So this guy's nickname is what I killed in the basement earlier.
Oh, Snake, Ken Stabler.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kenny the Snake.
Yeah, knew it. All right, my turn. Trivia question for you. You know all three of these guys. There have been 3 running backs that have 6 200-yard rushing games. Who are they?
There are 3 running backs to get 6 200-yard rushing games.
Yep, and these are the most of all running
Okay.
backs.
So Derrick Henry.
Yes, that's one.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
Nope.
Oh. Emmitt Smith.
Nope. Real quick, it looks like the Lions pick is coming up.
Yeah, I'm watching the broadcast to get the guy coming up. Ooh. Adrian Peterson.
Yep.
So Derrick Henry, Adrian Peterson, and Saquon?
Nope.
Oh.
And real quick, you know, to pull it up here now.
Yeah.
25 NFL draft.
Oh.
The Detroit Lions select Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
So this is the perfect example, and I think Derek Carmen could have been this guy, because this guy could have been picked by the Lions. He maybe could have been picked by the Steelers, who Derek Harmon ended up going to, or this guy could have been picked 55th overall, and Tyleek Williams.
Yeah.
I've been a big fan of Tyleek Williams and what he's brought. It felt like watching his film, and I know it's college. I felt like in one-on-one situations, he at minimum was a draw on like one-on-one block situations. If not, he was winning more often than not. A lot of interior pressure. I really like what he brings. And if you go look at what Detroit and Dan Campbell's looking for as well, to complement Aiden Hutchinson, a guy that can provide, like, can just be a big body up front. I think that's huge for this team. So,
he's not going to be much of a pass rusher, but again, this is such a deep edge rusher class. They can get a guy at the back end of the.
Well, it's more if he's just a body that can come in and provide good interior pressure, bring up guys that still need to draw attention to him, and maybe give Aiden Hutchinson more one-on-one situations. So going back though to the more important part, Jim Tracy, Barry Baby, that is incorrect.
Oh, it is not Barry Sanders. Okay.
Not Barry Sanders.
Oh,
so 6.
Walter Payton.
That is incorrect also.
Jim Brown.
That is also incorrect. This guy is famous. You know who, like, you've heard of this guy before.
Christian McCaffrey? No, well, while he's a great runner, he's an all-purpose yards.
I bet he's had total yards.
Oh, yeah. Man.
Hey, this dude carved up defenses.
Marshawn Lynch?
No.
I feel like there was something hidden in the carved up defenses. It's probably not Jerome Bettis, or it's probably not the Fridge either. Is it the Fridge?
No.
No? Okay.
The dude wasn't even a running back. Dude was defensive
Well,
tackle.
yeah, well, no. Oh, well, that's fair. That's fair. I'm thinking of Jerome Bettis. I don't even know. Did he play in the modern NFL era?
He's a Hall of Famer. Like yeah, I would say yes. Yeah, I would say he did.
Okay.
Like it might not have been. I'll say this might not have been for. I can't tell when the modern NFL era started. I forget the exact year.
I'd
Maybe
say the
so. There's
last 25 years.
oh no I thought modern NFL era was going back like 50 or 60 years.
No.
Okay, no. In that case, no,
Okay.
no,
It's not
no.
Jim Brown. It's not Walter Payton. You're going to say it, and I'm going to be hitting myself for this.
Yeah. Which ironically, that's a great hint.
I don't know. Just tell me.
Think Broncos.
Why was the first one that came to my mind no Sean Marino?
I don't know if he ever had a 100-yard running game, if I'm being honest.
Oh, geez. I don't know. Just tell me.
O.J. Simpson.
Oh.
Carved up defense.
Yeah.
Had a Bronco. No
Well,
longer is with us anymore. He had 6. Oh, it's kind of wild to think. He had 6.
If it makes you
200
feel any better, it makes me feel any better. Dad didn't get it either.
Dad didn't get it either. He was
Yeah.
guessing much more noble guys like Barry Sanders,
Yeah.
Gale Sayers, Terrell Davis. I thought my hints were pretty good. I thought they were pretty solid.
Well, in hindsight, yeah.
He-
Okay. Let's get one in here. So Calvin Johnson holds a single season NFL receiving yards record. How many yards is it?
Man, I should know this because CeeDee Lamb came so close, Tyreek Hill came so close, Julio Jones came close. Single season. It's like 1,962, I think is what it is.
That is very close. Very close.
I don't know. It's I can just guess random numbers, but
1,964.
oh, God.
That was very close.
Darn it.
All right. Here
So
the Commanders.
close.
The Commanders are up.
And now, with the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr. Here we go. Tackle, Oregon. How about that?
So once again, it's hard to judge a pick like that. I mean, because like everybody's going to bring up Laramie Tunsil trade and all this stuff, but you also you are thinking though too in the future, long term, maybe even too Connerly can kick in the guard as well. Just trying to find just good value players that they have. I personally, with all the edge rushers on the board, would have gone front 7 in some capacity.
Yeah.
But at
As
the
a
same time,
Raku
we're now getting to the point though in the first round where it's hard to be like, no, that's a horrible pick. You know, it's not like he's an offensive lineman from Chattanooga.
Especially in a class like this where like there's not a big difference between these guys and the guys that are going to go at the top of the third. Like there's just not a huge drop off at this point. So if they went Jack Sawyer, I wouldn't have faulted them for that at all. So I think that's it's a good pick. I like the athleticism that he brings. You look at like just with Jay Daniels' athleticism and kind of what they're doing in that backfield with those wide receivers as well. I think it's just a good scheme fit. So
yeah, no, and that's like, yeah, I agree with that. He's a player that rose up draft boards. He had a good Senior Bowl. Like, it makes sense. It's I would have probably, if I was in the draft room, I probably would have leaned the other side of the trenches. But as I said, it's not like he's a bad player or anything like that. So let's get back to this here. So I think it's my turn now. Let me double check to make sure I got the right one that I want to do. Size doesn't matter. Okay, here we go. So similar, I think, to my running back question. Which quarterback has the most 400-yard passing games? And then a follow-up question, name all the quarterbacks that have 10 or more of these games, and there's 9 of them. So which one has the most? Let's start there.
Oh, it's probably Peyton.
So he is one of the original 9 or overall 9, but does not have the most.
I doubt it's Brady just because they ran the ball so much.
So he also is one of the 9.
No,
So
I
you're
know,
correct.
but
He's not the. Yeah.
I'm trying to pick the top overall.
Actually, it'd be really impressive if you picked the other 8 besides the guy that has the most.
So Mahomes, I'm sure is up there now.
He has 10. So he is tied
Phillip
for 7.
Rivers.
He has 11 alone at 6. Good job.
So yeah, Drew Brees is another.
Well, you can't be looking at the chat.
No, that really was my next guess.
Okay.
Drew Brees.
All right. So are you just listing off the ones?
Yeah, I'm just going through. I'm trying to think of guys.
So we're gonna list off the most, and then we're gonna go with the one that has. Then at the end, we're gonna go with the one that has the most.
Potentially.
Okay.
Phillip Rivers, I think, has to be there also.
You already said him, so you're correct.
I did. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And you know all these guys too. Like you're
Okay. Brett Favre.
No, incorrect.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was one I thought.
He has. I'll double check here. Favre. It's actually not on the list.
Did Mike Vick was he on that list? The only reason I say
Michael Vick for 400 passing yards.
No. The only reason I say that is Vick would throw absolute bombs.
Yeah, no, he's not on this list. Yeah,
because I figured he could have like some games with 80 and then some games with over 400. Elway has to be on there.
No.
Oh, really? Okay. Marino's from that era. He's probably on there.
Marino's on the list of 9. Yep.
Okay.
Looks like the Bills pick is in.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the broadcast. Is Rodgers on there?
He just missed it. He has 9. So he could if he signs with the Steelers, he could be
He could potentially
be on this list. There are 3 more.
Okay. They're all Hall of Famers, I'm assuming.
Will be. More than likely will be a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
The 3 that are remaining.
Oh, so they're not yet.
Yes, these 3 are not yet. The 3 that are on here are not yet.
So they're recent.
Yes.
Eli Manning?
No.
Okay.
And Eli Manning just missed the list also. What's really funny about where I got this site from is everybody else has like an animated picture of who they are, except Eli Manning. I don't know why Eli Manning doesn't have an animated picture.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
So real quick on this pick, I've consistently been saying Trey Amos as a spot that I think the Bills will get, just because I think it's need. Also, I like his aggressiveness that would fit a Sean McDermott system. But this is a perfect example of where I think we're right on the positional value. Just our overall opinion on a
Yeah.
certain player
Well,
might not like. I obviously didn't fit. They like Maxwell Harrison more, for rightfully so. Not saying anything wrong about Maxwell Harrison, but I think he's going into a situation where they need secondary help, and he has an opportunity to start his rookie year.
the Eagles and the Chiefs just swapped picks. Number
Nice.
32 and number 164 for the 31. Okay. Oh,
Dad,
man.
Incorrect on Cam Newton. So Ryan, you can't see the picks. What Dad's saying, correct?
I mean, it's up, but I'm not looking.
So you can see the picks.
Well, yeah, if I looked.
So it's not on your game. Okay.
So they're not. These three guys are not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Okay. This is a long shot, but maybe Russell Wilson from his Seattle days.
No, Russell Wilson. Now, of course, I can only see the top 25. I don't see Russell Wilson actually on the top 25.
Okay.
You can't look at the list, but Dad's gotten one of them correct
Okay.
that you haven't named off. You've listed off Dan Marino, Peyton Manning, Philip Rivers, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, and Drew Brees. Those 6 are on there. I'm not saying which one has the most.
Okay. They're modern guys because they're not in the Hall of Fame. Like
Yeah.
if it was Montana, Montana's in the Hall of Fame. So it's not Montana.
So Montana's not on there, correct.
Okay.
Jared Goff is also not correct. And so is Cam Newton. Cam Newton is a horrible guess. That's awful.
All right, former Lions guy, Matt Stafford.
That is correct.
Okay.
It's one of them, future Hall of Famer. Don't look at the chat, but one that was just said was a correct answer. Don't look at your phone either. That's also cheating.
I'm getting the broadcast up, so when it comes on, we can listen to it. Herbert's too young in his career. Oh, Burrow? Joe Burrow?
No, he will be on this list eventually.
Okay.
Especially too with all the money they just spent. He better be
Yeah.
on this list. But no, he's not on this list yet. One of these guys, legitimately, I will say, one's active, one's inactive. One of these guys, I was shocked to think about.
Okay, so quarterbacks that are going into the Hall of Fame that have not. Oh, okay. Ben Roethlisberger. He's won a Super Bowl.
You looked at the chat, didn't you? Yeah, you did.
No, I did not. I'm trying to go through my head on Super Bowl winning quarterbacks.
Okay. So that's correct.
So because this guy's going into the Hall of Fame but hasn't yet. But he's
and so now this
So-
is the guy. Now I say this. This is the caveat. I say more than likely, probably, if you're looking at these numbers. Now I don't know if this guy will be in the Hall of Fame. Now, still too young in his career.
It's not Trevor Lawrence. It's not Dak. It's not Josh, is it? Josh Allen?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say he didn't even have a 300-yard game under his belt until Diggs came to town. So he had 3 years with Diggs. It's not Tua. Although that offense would be conducive for an offense like this. Matt Ryan?
No. He
Okay.
has 6. And there's a couple names on this list because I can only see 5 or more, and there's a couple names I'm going to bring up that are hysterical.
This one's active.
Active. Yeah.
It's not Kirk Cousins, is it?
Barely, no. He has 9,
Okay.
actually. So
Uh,
I'll help you out. You've already said this name, actually.
Justin Herbert?
No.
Oh. Uh, is it Tua?
No.
You said no to Josh. Uh, has he won a Super Bowl?
No.
It's not Dak. It's not Lamar. Because he just doesn't throw for a lot of yards. Is it? No, it's not Lamar. I haven't said him. All right, give me it. I'm struggling here.
It's Dak. He has 10.
Oh, it is
he has
Dak?
10 he has 10 games. I actually can't believe that he has
I can't
10
believe that
games.
either. It's all
So, I
garbage
mean,
time stats.
well, and if you think about it too, he's been in the league since 2016, 2017, right? His rookie year was 2016 when the Falcons made it to the Super Bowl, I'm pretty sure. So he's had over one 400-yard passing game a year during his time, which is kind of wild. Now, Patrick Mahomes
So,
has been in the league less than that, but his also makes sense more. Just
yeah,
it
yeah.
just makes sense more. So, but so now who has the most? Well, so it's not Dak.
Yeah, it's not Dak. Is it Brady? He has done it the longest. So
No, it's not Brady.
okay, you said no to Manning already.
Yeah,
It's not Patrick. Actually, is it Patrick?
no.
Okay. Actually, Breeze was the yards leader for a long time. So is it Breeze?
It's Breeze.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That was a good one. Good job.
It
Way to
was.
think through it.
It was. I literally just started going through teams, and I was like, who who are the good quarterbacks?
Well, and you said it's not Dak multiple times. And I'm like, yeah, I would agree with you. Like, I really would, but it actually is correct. So, I think I've got how many more questions do I
I
have
have
here?
5 left on mine.
I've got 1, 2.
So this is a good one, I think. Oh, are they going to the stage?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Can I read you guys something? Well, first off, after the selection, I need to get this in.
God, man.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 31st pick
The
to
Eagles.
the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
So I called that in our last mock draft.
Yeah.
That's a perfect Howie pick. He's a great talent. He had some injury concerns. He's going to fall right in the Eagles' lap. That's ridiculous. Okay. Great player. He's off the ball linebacker. He'll pair really well with Zach Bond. He can come down and play on the edge. They just lost Josh Sweat and Brandon Graham, so he'll probably be an edge rusher there specifically. But all in all, I think that's just a fantastic pick by Philly.
Oh yeah. No, you hit the nail on the head. So this is such a Eagles thing. Like all these guys, this guy's going to be. I mean, this guy, especially pure linebacker, this is the best pick in the draft. I know the
Yeah.
Falcons got Jalen Walker, but he's definitely more of an edge rusher. He's going to be more. He's not going to drop back into coverage nearly as much. Now, could he develop? Yes, but Jahad Campbell is the more do-it-all kind of linebacker. He can be middle linebacker, but he could also do outside linebacker as well.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah. Jim Tracy
Just
said
what
Eagles D continues to get faster. Yeah, it does.
just what a great freaking pick. And
Oh,
for
yeah.
him to fall to him there. It's like worth the 5th round pick. So
Yeah.
I even see the Chiefs pick is in, and we have a couple more trivia questions that we have to do. We might have to call Roger Goodell and say, "Hey, can you hold up just a second while we figure
Yeah.
this out?" So this went by a hell of a lot quicker than last year. I guess because we have
Oh, yeah.
trivia questions to think about.
Well,
So
I killed a snake in the middle of this live
I know
stream.
you
I
killed
mean,
a snake as well. Very
yeah.
eventful. Very
Yeah.
eventful night. So
So real quick, let's rapid fire some of these
okay, I should be able to get most of them.
these questions. So who did the San Francisco 49ers trade with on draft day in 1985 to acquire Jerry Rice?
I almost want to think it's almost kind of a trick question, and it would be the Atlanta Falcons.
You know, that is a very good thought process, but it is not the Atlanta Falcons.
So I don't know actually then.
It is the New England Patriots.
Darn it. So I had the right thought process.
Yeah.
It's the wrong brother. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Another one. Hit me with it.
All right. The iconic NFL on Fox theme song was partially inspired by which superhero?
I don't know.
Batman.
Batman? I figured
Yeah.
it was a DC comic book. So I bet Dad knew that one.
Yeah.
All right.
Nerd.
How many more do you got?
I got 3 more. So this one is hard. I've never heard of this player before, but who is the youngest NFL player ever drafted and how old was he?
The youngest NFL player ever drafted.
Yeah.
Well, it'd have to be. I think it might be an old timey guy.
I think it is. It's
Okay.
Amabi Okoye. He was 19.
Yeah. Is he from the South?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
All right. 2 more. What is the NFL's largest stadium?
Well, so that I only know that's it's the
Yeah.
Jets and Giants, MetLife.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
At 82,000 plus.
I don't know.
think.
I didn't have the size, but
I'd have to go back and look at the site.
all right, last one. I don't know. I only knew this because I'm a Patriots fan. That might have just given it away. But which retired NFL head coach was nicknamed the Big Tuna?
Well, is that Bill Parcells?
Yep, it is Bill Parcells.
So you're being a Patriots fan definitely gave it away. So, all right,
that is all the trivia I had prepared.
I will list through. So my final couple here. How many Super Bowls have been decided within one score? So 8 points or less.
We just had 56. That was Super Bowl 56. Or was that 58?
I think it was 58. Might have been 59.
Okay. I would say 49 of them have been decided by one score.
Very optimistic. No, 22.
Really?
According to my math, I went through. This is similar to what I said earlier
Wow.
about one of my other trivia questions, but 22. And actually, vast majority of them, kind of to contrary belief, have been within the past 30 years. Because you would think too that the earlier ones with lower scoring, but actually many of those were like
almost
30.
All of the Patriots. Actually, no, all of the Patriots Super Bowls have been decided by one score.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's
you have
crazy.
8 of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's
9.
move on now. So
No.
which organization has the most Hall of Famers?
It's probably the Steelers.
Close.
The first round is from Kansas City. With the 32nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
Ariante Ursery.
the Kansas City Chiefs select
Close.
Josh Simmons.
Oh.
Ohio State. There you go.
I mean, I love this player. Like, and if
It's
you're
a
going to
big risk.
But it's worth. I mean, it's the 32nd overall pick.
Yeah.
So Sanders actually did fall out of the
first round. That's crazy.
That is
the Browns are there at 33, just licking their chops.
They're
ready to
going to take him. I think they're going to take him.
Okay.
I think Sanders would take Cleveland. So Or Cleveland would take the Sanders. Well, the Sanders have to take Cleveland. So, no, Pittsburgh Steelers is incorrect. They have 32. This team has 39.
The Cowboys?
Now, the Cowboys have 32 also.
The Packers.
No. Packers are second on the list with 34.
I'm halfway to my Sanders DJU take.
You are halfway, to be
Yeah.
fair.
Wow. That was night one of the draft. It's already over. It's not the Patriots. I know that. They have a lot coming up though.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw Dad's. Is it the Bears?
Yeah, it's the Bears at
It is,
39.
okay. Yeah.
Good job, Dad. All right. Now, this is my final one. I've admittedly am all and kind of upset that I didn't think of this idea, but I saw another YouTube channel do this, and they have a whole graphics and everything. And I think this is really, really cool. But guess which team had this draft class based off of the colleges from this year's draft. So this is a 2021 draft. I'm going to give you the round and the college that certain players went to, and I'll only give so many at a time.
Okay.
So this team, they did end up having 7 picks.
Okay.
Overall. 7th round pick, Oregon State. 4th round pick, Purdue. And I'll give more information.
Is that the Cardinals?
No.
Okay.
No. So 4th round pick, USC. 3rd round pick, Syracuse. So 7th round pick, Oregon State. 4th round pick, Purdue. 4th round pick, USC. 3rd round pick, Syracuse.
This was 2021.
2021.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's tough.
No, that's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine. There's still a couple more picks here. So another 3rd round pick, North Carolina State. 2nd round pick, Washington. And I'll save their 1st round pick, plus the position that they picked in, as that might really help out a lot.
So NC State and then Washington.
Yeah.
So that was not the John Ross year because John Ross went to Cincinnati early. He was a 1st round pick, I believe. Also 2021 is the year the Bengals drafted Jamar Chase, so they would not have drafted John Ross.
I think what's neat too about this one is these are all generic Power 5 schools.
Yeah, I know.
So to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know yet.
Okay. So their 1st round pick, Oregon, 7th overall.
Oregon, 7th overall.
This is 2001 too, by the way.
Oh, 2001. I thought you said 2021.
Oh, sorry. Yes. 2021.
Okay.
My internet cut out. You missed the 21 part.
Oregon. Who went 7th overall in 2021?
So recap.
You're gonna say it, and I'm gonna know exactly who it.
Oh yeah, yes. 7th round pick, Oregon State. 4th round pick, Purdue. 4th round pick, USC. 3rd round pick, Syracuse. 3rd round pick, North Carolina State. 2nd round pick, I'll say 41st overall to help add some context. Washington, and then first round, 7th overall pick, Oregon, 2021 NFL draft.
Is it the Chicago Bears?
No,
No, 2021 they drafted Justin Fields.
yeah,
Crap. Because that draft went Trevor Lawrence to the Jags, Trey Lance to the 49ers, Zach Wilson Jets, Kyle Pitts to the Falcons, Jamar Chase to the Bengals, and then I'm drawing a blank. Detroit Lions, Penei Sewell.
yep, good job.
Yeah.
I think what's interesting too about this now, they had one guy, I think Afito Melifonwu, I think just
Yeah.
left now, but everybody else is pretty much still on this team, and they've signed
USC
second
was
round
Amon
contracts.
Ross St. Brown. Dang it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So Levi on Uzurike, Aleem McNeil, they
Yeah.
have all signed second-year contracts with the Lions. If I'm not, I know Aleem McNeil has. I believe Levi has also. I don't think he went to the Jets. Melifonwu, now he went to Miami. Derek Barnes, I'm pretty sure is still with the Lions. I'd have to go back and double check. Now Jamar Jefferson, 7th round running back. I think he is not. He's a free agent. Lions could sign him again if they want, but probably not. So, but admittedly, I forget which YouTube channel it is, but I love seeing like on the YouTube shorts these trivia questions they have come up because it really, really makes me think overall. Really make, especially too,
Yeah.
like as we've been doing this
I-
over the past couple of years. Like that,
I-
I thought that was a good one to come back.
I love the ones where it's like the find the difference between these three players. And it's like they have like three guys up there and they have like an obscure difference between the three.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
So
all right. You want to do a quick first round recap and then we will hit the sack?
no, I don't. No, I'm just kidding. Of course. So this so this went exactly like how I thought this first round would go. The
Yeah.
top names would go up. Now, of course, there were some shocking trades, so to say. I would say that even to Jackson Dart being selected in the first round over Shador Sanders, I think would be a shock overall to the like public fan base, especially with the Giants trading up to go and get him, so to
Yeah.
say. And the Giants, and similar to I think Falcons drafting edge rushers, I feel bad. Jackson Dart's not going to have a successful career in New York, based off more recent QB draft history. But in general, though, this night went kind of how I thought it would go. I'm trying to even like
Yeah.
if I go back, let me even pull up vast majority of the names that got selected.
We
Like,
had in the first
yeah,
round. I mean, we could do
yeah.
this as a GM, I think. So
I think if this doesn't work out, our podcast doesn't work out long term, I think we have proof
the
that we would work. But in all seriousness, though, if I'm just talking about myself, I got 1 through 7 correct. Then I got 13 through 18 correct.
I got
And we made arguments positionally for certain teams going and getting guys later on in the draft.
I feel like we made a really good case for a lot of these picks. The only one that I can see that we didn't like really look at going into tonight was Tyler Booker. That was the only one that like I don't think we ever even mocked at that point.
Well,
Like
at that point, we made arguments for him later on in the first round.
No, I agree. But at Dallas, that's the only one that I can point to and be like, that was the only one that I didn't really see coming.
Yeah. I can
Well,
see
the Jackson
that.
Dart trade is different, but
There's some maybe Josh Connerly going to Washington, I think was like and we kind of explained as well, was maybe a little shocking. That shocking's not even the right word. Only just because it's like I get why they would do that. I would not have personally done that, but I get it, so to say.
Yeah.
I thought they would have gone more second, more defensive side of the ball just in general.
Yeah.
So to say.
No, I agree.
But in general, though, like I get why the Falcons traded up to go get James Pierce Jr. The question is not the player and the need and the fit. It's more the future implications. Now, if we win the Super Bowl, just like how Sleepy Sloth said, and we had the 32nd overall pick, I don't give a damn that we traded away our first round pick. I really don't care if that's the case. Or even too, if we make a really deep run and then we're seeing like, hey, we've got youth and a lot of good potential. Now, if we're picking 10th overall again, now we have a deeper overall question when it comes to our head coaching capabilities and also our front office as a whole. But every other pick, though, like I could see him make an argument. Matthew Golden going to the Packers, I think it was more of just a shock that the Packers drafted a receiver in the first round. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, those are my kind of final thoughts. I think it went close to exactly how we thought it would go.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. I think that is for a draft that I was expecting some major surprises. And granted, like we got the Jackson Dart trade, that was a surprise, but like maybe I more so than you had been predicting him to go late first.
Well, we both got it right that one of these teams, either the Browns or the
would
Giants,
trade
are
up.
going to trade up. They're not going to
Yeah.
go quarterback here. They're going to trade up.
Yeah. And I think that is the name itself was, I just thought it would be Shadur. The Falcons trading up, I think, was surprising in and of itself. Not in the, I actually thought they got pretty good value for the pick. Just still maybe struggling with the trade value. But all in all, I thought tonight was pretty chalk. Like it was pretty much the names we thought.
Hey, that's why people should like and subscribe. Get all the outside insider information on what teams are going to do in this upcoming draft. So,
hey, it's not rocket science.
I know.
So
I know. I will say the one shock tonight, I will say the shockingness of all shocking things that the Steelers did not draft a running back. I thought for sure with Amari and Hampton sitting there, they would have gotten it.
And the Packers took a wide receiver in the first round. What was that? Yeah. So I guess there were some more shocks than we thought. Just the value and where we thought players would go was the right spot. So
yeah,
that is going to do it for the 2025 NFL draft first round. There are 2 more days of draft picks to go. We will be doing an immediate draft reaction and grade Saturday night and Sunday morning for all of these teams. So go ahead, like and subscribe, smash that bell so you can get notified when we create new content. And other than that, we will see you guys next time.